going to do today, what we're going to do is we're going to spend some time up until 9:45 just getting your feedback about what took place on day one, and just to make sure that we're all on aligned and well in regards to the first pillar in my business opportunity map, which is the market. And then we're gonna go straight into, we're gonna spend perhaps like just half an hour talking about the offering and the complementary products, and then we're gonna go straight into the business model. Okay, where we're starting. This is very important. Talking about revenue streams, and partnerships, how it's done. We're going to do that up until 11:30, and then we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to spend a couple of hours around market validation. Okay, and I hope everyone has a Facebook account. I hope everyone has a Gmail account. That's all I need. That you have a Facebook account and you have a Gmail account, which I think we all do. We'll take a small lunch break, and then we're gonna have Andre Abiawad to he's gonna give like a power pitch to you, and then we're gonna have a small break, and then we're gonna do some more work about day two. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing today. So let me just very quickly remind you of the main highlight of yesterday, which is that we have been discussing what we call the business opportunity map. And those are which really include the different elements that you as a researcher need to take into account when you're trying to conceptualize and develop and strengthen your business concept. Okay. But in particular, yesterday we were talking about trends, segments, and value chains. So what I want to do now is that I want to give you a chance, perhaps in a couple of minutes, to share with me and with your colleagues the kind of output that you produced from day one, in particular highlighting the trends that you see most important to your business concept, to your project, but also importantly the kind of B2C segments that you think would be most interested in your product or technology that you are introducing. And finally, the kind of industries and which parts of the industries do you believe would be also very interested in your project. So I wanted to ask you to share with us three things: the trends that you see that you have been able to leverage, the B2C segments, and the B2B segments. Okay. So why don't I just stop sharing here? Okay. And why don't we let you share with us what you've done? So who would like to start first? Or should I pick? Okay. So is Emilio here? Okay, so let's start with Emilio if he's ready with the starter
yes.
culture part.
Good morning. So do I need to share my screen or just?
If you'd like.
Okay, so to sum up about the trends that we thought about. So regarding the tech trends, we thought about IoTs. Since we are working with starter cultures, so we need fermenters, and sensors could be used to monitor fermenters states like humidity, temperature, and oxygen, CO2s. We also thought about VR for clients to access via the platform the good manufacturing practices, or maybe the premises of the startup. We also thought about the big data tech trend, which could allow some big companies to access the full DNA sequencing of a specific
Okay.
microbe or bacteria in order to identify its characteristics. For non-tech trends, we've thought about the SDGs 3 and 12, which are based on sustainability and healthy benefits, healthy lifestyles. Then we thought about culture and heritage and domestic production, which are the fundamentals of our startup, because we isolate strains from traditional authentic products. So it's kind of a non-tech trend that we need, and also co-creation, because we can liaise and collaborate with local producers, local chefs to develop new starter culture mixes.
Okay, good, very good. How about your segments?
Sorry?
Excellent. So how about your segments?
Yeah, for the segment for B2C, we're actually we're aiming for B2B, but for B2C we can imagine as a demographic, we thought about families, demographic young couples, for example. Geographically, they live in an urban context, and psychographic, they are healthy and look for sustainable lifestyles, because they will be looking for the end product of the business that we will be selling, which is sustainable, healthy, green, let's say, in kind of way. For the B2B, we thought about the food and beverage industries. Along the value chain, we could intervene in two levels, which are R&D and manufacturing. However, seeing having a context of the food and beverage industry in Lebanon, there's not much of R&D, so we can offer this also as a service within the startup. The players could be all the food processing team and even CEOs. What can we offer them as an opportunity to reduce production costs, especially that they have problems right now to import starter culture from outside of Lebanon. Also reduce production time, because we're giving them fresh starter culture, they don't need to refresh it. And also we can offer them some specialized product using the starter culture. So they will be opening new markets and for new clients. Also, we will also give them the opportunity to develop R&D via the platform, via the startup, for new recipes and new products.
Okay. Oh, okay. Is there anything else that you like? You think that these kind of starter cultures can ferment or can help ferment?
Okay, so the starter culture.
Other than food.
Other than food, since the strains are isolated from typical food products, so within the food industry, it's quite diversified, because we can work on the baking industry, everything related to bread and baking. We can work within the dairy industry, which is cheese and yogurts and fermented cheese, fresh or fermented cheese. And also we can work on the wine and brewery industry. So it's quite diversified within the food and beverage industry.
Okay, okay, very good. Okay, thank you very much, Emilio. Very, very good. Okay, so let's go to our friends from PCM. So we have, let's go with Salam, for example. If yep.
Good morning, how are you all?
Excellent. Good morning.
Okay, I will start with the technology trends. We integrated the IoT and artificial intelligence to collect data via sensors, which will be implemented in the envelope of the building to and then link the data to a building management system to control heating and cooling. Also, artificial intelligence with applications. The data collected will be collected via data loggers, and it will be translated later into graphs and something which could be read on smartphones through a corresponding application. And we could even calculate energy saving and CO2 emission reduction. For the non-tech trends, environmental problems, reduction of energy demand will reduce eventually CO2 emissions. UNDSGs, we worked on section 11 and 13 because in the 11, the use of PCM in buildings will be part of sustainable cities of the future. Section 13, PCM is a good investment since it is sustainable and have a lifetime of nearly 30 years. And the energy sector trend, the reduction of energy consumption and energy bill. Frugal innovation, PCMs are sustainable products and considered as part of renewable energies. And the behavioral trends, the trend of going green, because people are aware of climate change and its destructive consequences.
Okay.
The B2C will target civil and structural engineers. Second category, owners or sales departments of building materials companies. Third, consultants. And the geographic will be green and sustainable. Psychographic startup for Lebanon and later for the MENA region. The climate is for the Mediterranean climate. Behavioral, it will be during construction of buildings.
Okay.
For the B2B, it's for the construction industry, for the construction and engineering companies, consulting companies. It will be used for residential building, non-residential buildings like hospitals, universities, schools, hotels, office buildings, factories, public sector buildings could be used.
Okay.
I don't know if it's correct to put here for in the energy part. It will reduce the energy bill and reduce the fuel consumption.
Okay, I think Salam, for your particular project, you do not necessarily have to have a B2C component. In your case, it's probably going to be B2B primarily, right? I think what I would like you to focus on is the if there are special features that are associated with hospitals in particular, or for other types of structures where your technology would fit the best. Okay, so you don't really have to push. You don't really have to push for the B2C, quite honestly, unless you know, you see a very strong need to do so. Because in your case, I think the B2B is going to be very dominant.
Yes, I know, because we will be dealing with companies.
Okay. So any particular structure, any particular so you're talking most about the construction industry. Could you also have any? Would this also be interesting for? Like, I'm trying to understand. Could this be done at the time of constructing the building only, or could it also come in very early in the development process of the actual materials from some kind of chemicals industry, or do you put these kind of materials in the cavities of the bricks that you use for your envelope, the housing envelope?
No, the idea is mixing PCM with cement powder and put it. We could put it in the plaster. We could put it in several parts of the work.
No, I understand that. I'm saying that would you buy the cement would you buy the cement on its own, and then at the site of construction, you do the mixing with the PCM material, or would you bring in the cement جاهز من الأول, already ready, already mixed with the PCM?
No, our idea is to mix it with the PCM in in precise percentages and sell it as a final product to the consumers.
So as a final product to the construction industry.
To the construction industry, yes.
Okay.
And they will apply it later.
And then they apply it. Okay. Well, okay. Very good. Thank you very much, Salam. So let's go to bio-waste. Yasmin, I believe, if she's here. Yasmin, are you here? No. Yes. No, I think Yasmin still did not arrive. So let's go to Ziad, the AI-based machine controlling body for paramedics.
Hello.
Hi, Ziad.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, you just entered probably, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're basically doing a kind of like a recap of day one, Ziad.
Okay.
So I want to know in particular the kind of segments after we've taken the B2C and the B2B segments yesterday, and looking at ways that I can identify who I can target in the market. If you can share that, and maybe just a bit about some of the trends that you see are also applicable for your project. You talked already about the tech. Is there anything non-tech or behavior that you would like to add?
Regarding the tech, we just added the artificial intelligence and the IoT to the chair. It's a chair or a machine inside the ambulance.
Yeah.
And regarding the market, we have a limited market. Just the chair can be added to the ambulance, like in Lebanon, just for Lebanese Red Cross and some small organizations that have ambulances and.
You don't think that this type of chair, which is resilient against these kind of bumps and these kind of shocks, and it has a very high level of stability, you don't think that there are any other applications that this would be useful in other than inside ambulances?
I am a paramedic from 5 years ago, so I know that inside the ambulance we need this chair just for CPR process. Other processes don't need high concentration or to stand inside the ambulance. So we just focused on the CPR process. I don't know if we need it in another way to use it.
I want you that's the whole point. I wanted you to I'm not saying that you're not going to focus on the ambulance. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that perhaps the same technology that you're going to be using could also be used, for example, for racing car drivers, because they go through a lot of also bumps and a lot of back and to the left and to the right, and they need to keep their own stability in a certain way. So maybe that could be useful to them. That's what I mean, to think about other applications other than ambulance.
Yes, of course. Let me think.
Please do, because this is the time also to do it, because when you are considering applying a certain technology, it's always very healthy to see more and more applications from this particular technology that you're developing, as long as it makes sense. Okay. So don't force it, but as long as it makes sense. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ziad. Okay, so let's go to PET fibers for concrete reinforcement. If you can just remind me of your name, sorry.
Good morning, it's Mariam. Ahmad's partner.
Mariam.
Ahmad is not here today. He'll be late.
Okay, Mariam.
So I wasn't here yesterday. Can you tell me what do you want me to answer?
Okay. So did you have any discussion? Did Ahmed share with you what took place day one?
As I realize now, you want us to identify if we are B2B or B2C, our business.
Yes, that's one component. Okay.
Yeah, I can answer this.
Okay. Okay, go. You can definitely share with me your thoughts. But do you have the content itself that we've taken on day one or no?
Yeah, Ahmed downloaded it and we discussed a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
basically, we are a B2B business. You know, the plastic fibers are the fibers replacing the steel in concrete. So basically, our clients will be the contractors, concrete contractors. So it's B2B, I guess.
Do you believe that these kind of PET fibers would they also can they also go into something else other than concrete? Do you think because again I'm guessing that these PET fibers they contain carbon, right? And this is what really creates this kind of reinforcement that you're getting in the concrete.
It's more applicable in concrete, but we were thinking, Kevin, of including them in mosaic tiles or something like this. But for the current time, we are focusing on concrete.
Okay, I understand that you are focusing on concrete, but I also would like you to, when you are going to be presenting, to show the full extent of what else can you reinforce using the PET fibers. Okay?
Yeah, we can
So
use it in asphalt also.
I actually read something about that, which I think they call it the plastic roads, right? And is this what you're referring to? That you said asphalt, right?
Yeah, it can be used in asphalt. I don't know if Ahmed showed you the fiber.
No, he did not.
Would you like to see it?
Well, if you have it in front of you right now, and if you wanna share your screen, why not? Very quickly.
Yeah. I'll show it to you.
Okay.
So that's it. I don't know if it is obvious for you. That's the fiber. That's the PET plastic.
Very good. Very good.
Okay.
Excellent. So what I would like you to do, Mariam, if you can identify again, go back. I think there's there are a lot of applications that you can also target with these kind of PET fibers, other than the main one, which is concrete. Basically.
Yeah, it has a lot of applications, but so far we've tested it on concrete in AUB lab, and we have an official result from AUB lab.
Okay. The one last question. You have the kind of innovation that you are creating here is that you actually have a machine that creates these kind of fibers. That's number one, and number two, that you are actually mixing it with the concrete.
Yeah, and when we mix it, it needs a specific quantity for each mix of a concrete.
Right. And so you do something similar to our friends who are using the PCM materials, right? Which is that you get the concrete, you do the mixing, you do the mixing on site, or do you do the mixing where exactly?
Okay, look, it depends. In concrete, there is precast concrete, and there is concrete which is casted on site. It depends on the situation. If the concrete is casted on site, like the slabs and the columns and whatever, yeah, we introduce it on site. And then when they pump the concrete, the fibers are introduced with the pump.
I see. Okay, perfect.
We have a lot of videos on how we introduced the fibers with concrete when we tested the cylinders in AUB labs.
Okay,
And
excellent.
we are showing how it is introduced to the concrete.
Excellent. Okay, well, definitely focus on the concrete part, right? But
Yeah,
I would advise you. Go ahead.
Okay. هو basically we're focusing on concrete because the manufacturing of concrete بيعطي كذا byproduct which is unhealthy for the environment. And as you know, the steel manufacturing بيطلع كتير carbon and the cement manufacturing and whatever. So that's why we're focusing on concrete. And concrete is expensive. It's not cheap.
Sure. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much, Mariam. Okay. So do we have Maria here? Is Maria?
Yes. Hi. Good morning.
There she is. Hi, Maria. Good morning.
Okay. So for our B2C, our main segments, I believe, so we are the natural enemies team, the predators. Yeah. So our main target are vegetable and ornamental producers. And then we think that they must be educated, at least aware of the life cycles of insects and the interaction. They need to have a basic science background just to know how to manage the insects. And then maybe the income and the middle class of the people matters because as it's a preventive and control method, it needs the constant reintroduction of insects. So accordingly, you have the costs. And then demographically and geographically, people oriented to sustainable and organic approaches. We're targeting Lebanon and the region. And for the climate, for greenhouse production, it could be anywhere because the climate is controlled. And then, as I said, the insects have to be used as a preventive and control strategy. So income must be considered. And then for the B2B, we can target two industries. I'm not sure if we can target the manufacturing industry along the agricultural one for bigger production scales, I believe.
Okay.
And then for the components, we would say R&D, manufacturing, sales.
Okay. Are you going to be focusing on a particular type of plant or a particular type of fruit that you would like to introduce these kind of natural enemies?
No, it doesn't really matter because all the insects and fungi we are using have a very wide host range.
Okay. But you also mentioned, I think there's a little bit of an echo. You mentioned that the two natural enemies are fungi, and the other one is what? Sorry?
We have one fungi and two mites.
Mites. Okay.
Yeah.
So the fungi is basically mixed with some kind of a spray so that you can spray on the leaves of the plants.
Exactly.
Correct? And the mites gets mixed with the kind of fertilizers that you want to be using for your soil. Correct?
The mites are reared in a wheat bran medium, for example. So we just release them with this.
How are they released? The mites. How are they released in the soil? How is it done?
So, for example, for the one reared on wheat bran, you just sprinkle wheat bran on the leaves, on the foliage of the plant.
Also, it's the same thing. So it also gets sprayed on the leaves?
Exactly.
Okay, so in that case, sorry, I just want to ask a last question about this. So in that case, you would, for the same plant, you would spray both the fungi and the mites, or would you pick one over the other, and for what
One
purpose?
over the other. Yeah, one over the other according to the pest that the grower has.
According to the pest. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 Perfect. All right. Thank you, Maria.
I'm
You
sorry?
can put yourself on. Thank you, Maria. Put yourself on, please. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let's go to Malak if she's here. Malak, the solar
Hello,
drying system.
good morning.
Morning, Malak.
So, for solar dryer, okay, as a technology trends, we have platforms by using pages of people interested into agriculture and agro-food to get good exposure and to let know about the product. We have the digital marketing, the e-commerce for the services and complementary parts that might be provided. Smart devices. Our dryer will be programmable. Renewable energy, the solar energy. As non-technology trends, education. By giving awareness sessions to farmers about hazards and constraints of sun drying and the advantages of the solar closed drying. Domestic production encourages the domestic production by securing the product durability in case of overproduction. Also, the small size dryers help having at farmers premises or nearby. The environmental problems also. There are no more emission of gases due to the use of fuel or biomass burning, such in the case in electrical dryers or biomass furnace dryers. Also, energy prices through using photovoltaic panels. Healthcare through obtaining a safe and healthy final product. For behavioral trends, so we have the woman empowerment. Since the majority of kishk and dried food producers are women, so it will facilitate their work and increase their productivity. Go green by saving energy. Eating right, dried food are healthy and not to accept also on other hand, not to accept to eat foods that may contain hazards anymore. Combo concepts, we can offer combined product, example, packaging facilities, marketing facilities, network of dried product. For our project can be B2C and B2B. The segments B2C, the farmers in Lebanon, municipalities in Lebanon also, and farmers also in the Middle East and North Africa region.
Okay.
Demographic, farmer and municipalities, geographic, rural zone in Lebanon agriculture area, and Middle East and North Africa.
Okay, great. Malak, does your system come in sizes? Like, is there a small size and is there a bigger
Yes.
size, or
Yeah.
is it one size?
No, we can expand it or shortening it.
So you think that something that is smaller sizes could fit better the B2Cs, like for if like farmers
Yes,
or
exactly.
for women, but if when you're talking about
B
bigger types of systems, probably companies would actually buy something like that, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, just making sure.
So,
And
okay.
okay, that's my first point. The second point that I think you should also identify here in your project is the types of companies that you want to be targeting. You know, yesterday we were talking about that the biggest value for your system are
Yes.
is drying plants that and weeds that basically are converted into a powder, because
Yes.
those are the ones that have high risk for contamination and hazards. So anything that has to do with like you know العطار.
Exactly. The medical herbs and
Yes. So the medical
yesterday I want yesterday to say عطار but
you can say
I didn't.
no, you can say عطار anytime that you want. So هي العطار exactly. So if you go to
العطار
العطار
السبع بنات.
بالظبط. So if you go to العطار and you see all the different types of dried weeds اللي عنده, that though you can start thinking about what are the companies that would actually were suppliers to العطار, okay, and those are the ones that you would be
Exactly. This is what I put in segmentation B2B.
okay.
Where I
The other thing that
noted healthcare, such as medical herbs. Also, I said yesterday entertainment by creating, for example, a tasty and healthy new product. And the sector of food and beverages
yes,
and
but
energy.
yes, but I want you to be a little bit more specific also about the types of companies that you're focusing within the food sector. So whether you're talking about companies that are producing sun-dried tomatoes, for example, that would be probably a proper application. The other one that I was actually talking to a food expert yesterday, and she said that one of the things that would make a lot of sense too is dates.
Yes.
Tamr.
Yes.
That this can be very good, because especially if you're thinking of eventually exporting this kind of product, or collaborating with a company outside في الخليج, basically they would be very interested in something like this for dates.
It's a good remark. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So this was Malak. Let's go straight to our friends for the polyphenol extracts. So it could be, I think we have Heba, we have Rita, and we have Anna Maria. So if anyone wants to go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I can start with the trends.
Sure.
Just 1 second to open. Okay, so first we have the VR. We can use it. We can use it to show all the process in details. Second, we have renewable energy to save energy consumption and reduce waste. Third, we have the biosensors to detect chemical component into our product. Second, I will go to the B2C segmentation. For the demographic part, we can give 4 examples. First, we have gender and age. For example, to female age above 30, we have cosmetics, anti-aging products that include antioxidants because vitamin E is essential for skincare.
Yes.
Second, we have the age also for elderly people, like food supplements, because polyphenol-rich food intake have potential effects on chronic diseases. Third, we have gender for female, incorporation into creams, lotion, sunscreen, and other personal care products.
Okay.
And last, we have age for kids to include polyphenol into natural colorants like milk, popcorn, cereals, candies, and sweets.
Okay, excellent, excellent. A lot of things. Yeah.
Second, we have the geographic part. First example is location. So we have like countries that have specific diseases that need a special treatment. So it can be product for a specific country that can be like a treatment. Second, we have the market density. Like we can target countries that highly import product from the outside and need food products and others that doesn't have sufficient production in their country. Third, we have the climates, and here we can give the example of countries that have hot climate always, that need natural colorants, like they have a big production of ice creams, so they can use it like a natural colorant.
Very good, very good. One of the things that we will be doing, Anna Maria, and for your other group members, is when we come to the point where we are developing the business plan, we will need to prioritize which applications we would like to be starting off with, you know. And then after that, and then saying, you know, on the short term, this is what we're going to be doing. After, you know, the 6 months or the 1 year after, these are the kind of new applications that we'll be trying to address. So while it is a very good idea now to see the full extent and the full application of what you're doing, and that's the whole point here, we will need to organize this at the time of the business planning. Okay. Because obviously we cannot do everything.
Yes.
Your project is very rich, so you cannot do everything. So we'll just do a little bit of organizing here. Okay, very good. No, I have no comments. I think this is very good, very exciting. And then, by the way, when we're doing you guys are in luck. I have good news for you. Well, I have good news for all the others too. But in your case, we developed 3 market validation plans. Your project is one of them. So we will share with you today some of the insights that we got from the market about your project and about.
Very much.
So we'll see how it goes. Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So Yasmin is not here from the bio waste group. However, her
no, I'm here.
She's here because Rainy, I think Rainy. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Ran. I'm sorry. My apologies. So, would you like to go ahead with the bio waste very quickly project?
You want me?
Yeah, I want anyone, either Ren or.
Okay.
Or
So
to just share. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, for the market, I'll begin with the technology trends. I said yesterday it will be Internet of Things by installing IoT to control the amount of outputs and the use of these outputs, and also platform or simple application to create a continuous connection with customers and to link customers to farms and farmers in some cases, and to link customers between them in different areas. a tracking systems to track all the machines in different areas, and also in some cases to link customers to farmers, an intelligent sensor to give information regarding to temperature inside the machine, the quantity of slurry, the quantity of fertilizer, and the quantity of biogas. This is regarding the technology trends.
Yes.
Okay. For non-tech trends, biowaste mainly plays a significant role in achieving sustainable development goals, which are 12, 7, 13, and 11. So we'll begin by UN SDGs. For the environmental problems, it's mainly the solid waste management crisis, pollution in Lebanon, and the high percentage of food wasted, and also the lack of adequate resources.
Okay.
So it's also related to energy prices and the lack of resources in Lebanon and in the region globally. Domestic production, our system will be produced locally.
Okay.
And healthcare, biowaste will minimize the percentage of food wasted. So it's not only, it will lead also to the minimization of the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, to up to 40%. So leading also to a better healthcare in the area.
Okay, perfect.
Regarding to behavioral trends, we have the going green and green awareness. So our mission is to bring about greener, to move to a greener planet by working on climate change, reducing the amount of food wasted and reducing the amount of greenhouse gas emissions. Also, it will lead to a reduction in the pollution of water resources, because about 95% of the waste that is produced and that is of the food wasted ends up in landfills and dump sites, so it ends up polluting our water resources also at the same time.
Okay.
Responsible consumerism, so we'll be working toward the use of clean renewable energy, and we will endorse also the use of clean renewable energy. Also, we have always connected, because we have consumables and add-on units, so we will always have a connection with the client. It's a long-lasting connection with the client. We have the do-it-yourself concept, because we'll be providing a leaflet of instruction for the machine. We have the customization, as we said yesterday, in the case where one of our customers don't want to benefit from the use of the biofertilizer, for example, for the upcoming 6 months, so he may inform us and we can collect the biofertilizer and give them any type of exchange as consumables or others. Okay. And we have, for our plan, we're planning to make it as a peer-to-peer, or also it could be a concierge economy. It's either we sell directly to customers, or through either through door-to-door or through a delivery concept.
Okay, okay, very good.
Okay.
Any comments about the B2C and the B2B?
Yes, for sure. For the B2C, well, our clients are mainly, we will start with food courts, restaurants mainly, either food courts or big restaurants as a first step. Okay, then because our first demo unit, or mainly the prototype, will be implemented at one of the universities. This is our plan. So we may also target university campuses and schools, and then we will move toward farms. Also, because our machine, it could be adapted on a small scale, so it could be also inserted inside at a household level, but the household should have either a backyard near the home, or it should be put in a storage place for the whole building.
Okay.
Regarding the geographic area, we will start first in Lebanon, and then we're thinking to expand. Our plan is to expand to the Gulf countries, and after also to a bigger market, just like the European market.
Okay.
In terms of our behavioral, also we have a frequent usage, so a high usage. It's not occasional as any other part of the, as any other, for example, we will always use, it's a continuous use of the biogas and the biofertilizer once we get the machine.
So Yasmin, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
How long, very quickly, how long does it take to produce the biogas, and how long does it take to produce the biofertilizers?
Okay, first of all, it depends on how you activate your system. If you're directly mixing food with animal manure, for example, at the beginning, if you're directly mixing food for animal manure, it will take 7 to 14 days to start producing biogas. But if you're activating the system at the beginning without adding food, by adding water plus fermented seeds,
to be much shorter, yeah.
Yes, plus fermented starter seeds or animal manure only, it may take 7 days to start, and then you can add your food and it will start being continuous. Once you start producing, it will start being continuous.
And how about the biofertilizers?
It's the same.
It is exactly
yes,
the same?
Yes, once you start adding your food, once you start, if you activated the system at the beginning, once you start adding your food, it will start being continuous.
Okay, but the way that you, okay, we'll talk about that later on. But I'm just wondering that how easy is it to store the output, storing the biogas versus storing the biofertilizers? Like
okay, we already have a storage bag inside the machine where you can store the bag. I can show you. We have a small a video in which we present all the process. We have a storage bag inside the machine. It's composed of 3 main components. We have the digestion chamber, we have the inlet, the digestion chamber, and the storage bag. And then you have the pipeline, the gas pipeline, that will take the gas to the point of consumption.
Okay. One last question, and then we'll for the same amount of bio waste that you use as an input to your bin, how much would you be able to sell? How much? Who would you be making more money from? The biogas or the biofertilizers?
Okay. In our case, we're not selling the biogas and the biofertilizer.
Okay.
We're selling the product as a product, and then we're selling consumables, add-on units, and different.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that you're selling the actual.
Mainly, I didn't understand your question.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that which one has higher demand in Lebanon and for the regions that you're focusing on? Would you focus on a single? Would you focus on a single output, which is the biogas, or a single output, which is a biofertilizer, or do you really have to do both?
I think the added value of it is both. When you talk about liquid fertilizer and substituting the use of organic fertilizer, which is really a real disaster in the market in terms of, not only in terms of pollution and in terms of price. So it's a point. And if you talk about the lack of adequate resources, also it's a point. So I think we should focus on both.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we were missing one more, maybe in 3 minutes, very quickly. I think the other group, the other PCM group, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, hello, Mo, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you very well.
So we have basically the same ideas as the first PCM group. We want to add an IoT system to measure the heat flux within the building envelope and monitor it using an application. We can also implement artificial intelligence integration with the cooling central system, so we could regulate the thermal comfort in the room. This is for the technological trends. For the non-tech trends, we targeted the UN SDGs, also 11 and 13 for sustainability and climate change. Frugal innovation by producing non-complex, cost-efficient end product that is ready to use.
Very good.
We've also targeted energy pricing, so by reducing the energy use, we could mitigate from paying a large electricity bill. Environmental problems, targeting climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. For the behavioral trends, we've got going green as a more sustainable alternative, and customization by providing several configurations of blocks and sizes. For the B2C system, we cannot consider a B2C. We would prefer a B2B segmentation. We targeted the construction sector, mainly the residential sector, and we could also target the industrial. We didn't go much into the hospitals, but we will definitely look into it soon. So that's it.
Okay. Is there any particular, again, I asked that question to the earlier group, but maybe you can provide more insights. Any particular structure, like a building structure, that you think that your technology would be most applicable to?
Yeah.
I know that it can be applied to all buildings. I understand that.
That's it. So it cannot be applied to high-rise buildings. So the preferred application for high-rise buildings are glass envelopes because of the increased weight. However, it can be applied for mainly the residential form of buildings, those reaching 11 to 12 floors, that are mainly segmented by concrete masonry blocks, which is the case here in Lebanon and most of the region in the MENA.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for everyone. I think we did well. I think you'll be able, most of you or all of you have been able to apply the kind of things that we've learned on day one. So let me go straight into some of the new things that I want to discuss with you today. The first one, I'm not going to spend a lot of time about it, but I want to do it so that you can see. Let me just get the... Okay, let me just share my screen. So we talked about the market pillar. We talked about, and what I want to just touch on right now is the second pillar, which is the offering. We've already been talking a lot about the offering. So that's why I'm saying that we would not be spending too much time on. But there are two specific things that I want you to consider when you're talking about the offering itself. The reason that I'm saying that I'm not going to dwell too much about the offering, because your product is a very technological product, and you've already described it very well in the description that you provided to Beratech. So I'm not too worried. I'm actually happy to see the description that you provided here. So let me just go through this very quickly and say the following. That when you're talking about any product that you want to introduce to the market, there are three main things that I would like you to think about this product, and that would effectively increase the chances for this product to be successful in the market. Okay, three things. I'm not saying that you have to apply those three things, but what I want you to do is to think about those three things and to ask yourself which one of those, especially the complementary products and the networks, can you actually apply or is needed in your offering, in your product, so that you're successful in the market. Okay, the first one is a really straightforward one. Okay, which is the standalone value. You must describe and you must have features that are attractive and applicable to the target segment. Very, very simple as that. Okay, and what I've been hearing over the past day, okay, is perfect. Okay, so here what I mean by that, there should be always an alignment between your target segment and between what you're offering in terms of characteristics, is Look at this example that I have here. This is a printer. It's a very, very sophisticated printer. It can print up to 120,000 pages. It can do the print, scan, copy, fax. It has 5 different trays, and it is quite expensive. Okay, so if I ask you, would you like to buy this printer for your home? Probably your answer would be no, right? Because this is just too sophisticated for your home. Okay, but if you're talking about someone who has a company or who has a big office, probably that machine would make more sense there. So again, it's just a matter of making sure that you sell the right product for the right people. So you have already talked about who your target segment is. Yes, we all talked about that. We talked about whether you're targeting B2C or B2B. There are people, some of you, for example, like Malak, who decided to create the solar dryer for poor women or for families in rural areas and farmers to actually use. Well, you have to be careful, Malak, because if you're talking about farmers who are maybe not very technologically sophisticated, the kind of features that will be in your system have to be applicable to that segment. Okay, so you have to be very careful about that. On the other hand, when Ziad was talking about the ambulance chair, okay, that's a different story because here he's dealing with people who are paramedics, who are educated, and therefore they can use that chair in a proper way. So perhaps the level of sophistication and the level of features there would be very different than, for example, if you are targeting a different class of people who have different backgrounds. Okay, so all I want to say is that just make sure you've done that already. Just make sure that the kind of features that you would have for your product or for your technology is applicable to your target segment, which I think most of you have done in all cases. Okay, so main conclusion here: features have to be aligned with your consumer. على طول كده. Okay, the segmentation that you've done for your consumer should dictate the kind of features that you would have for your product. Okay. Fine. One model that you could use. One model that you could use when you are talking about the different features for your product. Okay, you can use the model that you have in front of you here. Okay, it's a very simple matrix. Okay, and it just allows you to think about what additional type of features that you would like to have for your product that you want to introduce to the market. Okay, and the way that this works is that on the x-axis you basically cover the what we call the journey of the customer journey. So the customer journey starts by purchasing or buying your product. Yes, it gets delivered to that person. Okay, and then the person uses your product, and then after that, while he is using your product, they might need what we call supplements, like additional materials to actually make this work. Okay, there's a part that has to do with maintenance. So if you're going to be selling a machine like the bio-waste machine or like the solar dryer machine, you would need to think about the maintenance of that. You would need to think about what kind of enhancement or what kind of fixing you would need to do to that machine, and make sure that it could be done easily in the way that you design that kind of product. And finally, you need to take into account what we call disposal. Okay, so after someone actually uses your product, he's done with it, what would you do with that? How can you recycle this product at the end? Okay, so this so this is the what we call the customer journey on the x-axis. On the y-axis, you basically would put down what are the main advantages or characteristics that from a customer point of view would be something that you would care about. So customers would typically be very interested in a product that would increase their productivity. Okay, and we can define productivity in many ways. It could be productivity in terms of time, productivity in terms of saving money. Okay, or it could be productivity. It could be productivity in terms of being able to get an output, right? The efficiency of the output. So, for example, when you're talking about the solar dryer machine or system, right? The productivity for using such a system can actually would be very important, because you want to make sure that you can how much plants can you actually dry at a single point in time through a system like this. Same thing for the biogas. Again, the productivity, the efficiency. How many liters of biogas am I able to produce for a certain volume of input organic material? Okay, for example. Okay, simplicity is another thing that needs to be, especially when you're talking about people using it. It has to be simple, convenience, risk, and image. So, for example, again, the example of the solar dryer system, definitely a system like this reduces significantly the risk of contamination, and that could happen to some of these plants. Sometimes it could be fun, and it needs to be environmentally friendly. Okay, so all these are characteristics that typically clients and customers, they care about. Okay, so all you need to do here is that you have this nice matrix where you say, okay, as far as the use, this example, by the way, is done for a Honda hybrid car, which uses a little bit of normal gas as fuel, but it also has a component that is electric. Okay, so it's gas/electric. Okay. So here, for example, so forget about the purchase and delivery, because that happens very early. We'll talk about that later on, but focus on the use, supplements, and the maintenance. Here, the point of intersection here says that in order for me to increase customer productivity, okay, and at the stage of using this car, okay, what is the characteristic of the car? Well, the car helps me to save money on gasoline because it's a hybrid car. So here my productivity has increased because I've saved money. Okay. Next thing, I don't want to make any major changes in the car and how the car operates, because I'm used to already the normal car. So here, for the sake of simplicity, when I'm designing this car, I need to make sure that it operates very similar to the car that I'm used to. And therefore, it simplifies my life as a customer. Okay. Also, as a customer, I need this product to be convenient to me. I want it to be convenient to me. أنا مش عايز أشتري product ويطلع عيني, and واتبهدل. Okay, I want it to be as easy and as simple as possible. So here, and as convenient as possible. So here, and one of the characteristics that I thought about when designing my car, it does not have to be plugged into an electric outlet. Okay, maybe there's some other way to charge the battery without having these kind of plugged electric outlets. Maybe it could be by changing the certain battery, replacing a battery with another battery instead of having this plugged electric outlet, and so forth. Okay, and of course for environmentally friendly, it emits very low levels of pollutant. Okay, the supplements, خلي بالكم, the supplements are really considered to be the complementary products. If you remember, I think I was asking either Malak or Maria or Hiba, I can't remember who exactly, about the electric car by Renault. And I told her, if this electric car, you are not able to find the batteries of this car, would you still buy this car? Right? It was for Malak, yes. So good. I still have a good memory. So, and Malak said, no, I'm not going to buy this car. Remember that, Malak? So in this case, the supplements are very important for me. Okay. So in this case, if you're talking about an electric car, then definitely from a point of view of convenience, right? These kind of batteries should be available everywhere. And from a charging outlets point of view, they need to be available everywhere, these charging outlets. So here, because this is a hybrid car, so you still need to buy gas, okay? So you can still purchase the fuel from regular gas stations. That's convenient to me. So here, what are the supplements? The gas. What is the supplement here? The fuel. Okay, and here's what I do here's how to make this supplement convenient, and here's how I can make this supplement environmentally friendly. Okay, and then talk a little bit about the maintenance. So I just want you to perhaps use this very, very simple matrix to think about what other features do you think you need to add to your product, okay, to make the productivity of your customers better, to make it easier for customers to use, to make it more convenient for customers to use, to reduce the risk, and you can define the risk as you would like for the customers. Okay, how can you make it more environmentally friendly if it is not already? And think about what kind of complementary products that you have to use for your system, right? And when I'm looking at what you have, maybe in your case, the supplements are not very clear. However, I believe Yasmin was saying that in the case of the bio waste, in order to reduce the time to produce the biogas and the biofertilizers, she mentioned that she would like to add some water and some kind of a catalyst that would make this process much faster. The water.
Yes, this is the steps of the process.
Yes.
These are the steps.
Yes. So the water and this catalyst could be considered as supplements that you would need to add to your bio waste bin in order to reduce the time for producing the biogas and the biofertilizers. So you need to make sure that it is convenient for your customer to have access to those two components.
No, it's not an addition to it's not a supplement, because you can either use animal manure, or if you don't have animal manure, you can use the fermented seed that are supplied with the machine. So in both cases, you will have fermented seeds. It's not a supplement for the system.
Would you add any kind of a material to your?
It's not a catalyst. It's the fermented seeds will be able to create the anaerobic bacteria inside the system to do the biodegradation reaction for the food slurry.
What would be a supplement in your case, Yasmin? Is there something that you would like to add?
Yes, in this case, the supplement could be, for example, a green catalyst or any other to faster the process for more than 7 days, for example.
That's what I was getting at. That there's some kind of a catalyst that they can add as a supplement to this bin to accelerate the process of conversion.
Yes.
Okay. So I want just to leave this with you now. I want you to take a note of this, that I want you to use this matrix to better and to just describe your product a little bit more in terms of the features And I want you to understand one thing. Put yourself in the shoes of the customer. You understand? Put yourself in the shoes of the customer and ask yourself, if a customer is going to buy your product, what kind of other features would he be interested or she would be interested in your product to increase the product, to increase the productivity of the client, to make it simple for the client to use your product, to make it more convenient, and so forth. Okay, that's the idea of the matrix. So I'm going to give you some time after I'm done with this to actually think about that. So that's the first part. Okay, so that's the first part. The second part, and I'm very happy because some of you actually mentioned that today when they are talking, is what we call the complementary offerings. Malak, when she was talking about the solar dryer that she wanted to produce, this very nice system, she also said, I don't know if you heard her well, she said that I will also provide a service to explain to people what would be the best way to distribute the plants in a certain way inside the system, to explain to them what would be the best way to dry it and to collect, for example, the powder from outside. And maybe she can even provide some kind of like a simple consulting service related to this kind of solar dryer. That's what she said. Although that this is not her core offering. This is not her core offering. What is her core offering? Her core offering is the system. She wants to sell the system, but she is also providing a service. صح يا ملك؟ Yeah, so she said right. Okay. The service is considered to be complementary to the core offering that she wants to sell, which is the system. And that's why we go back to talk about very quickly أهمية complementary offerings. Okay, now we have two types of complementary offerings. We have an essential complementary offering and we have a non-essential complementary offering. The essential complementary offering means that if the complementary offering does not exist, the core product is going to die. هيموت على طول. Okay, so for example, if you're talking about an electric car, if this battery is not available or does not exist, nobody's going to buy the core product, which is the car. Okay, let's talk about the Xbox or the PlayStation. If you want to make a decision to buy an Xbox or a PlayStation, one of the things اللي انت هتفكر فيها, okay, is are the games available or not? If the games are not available for PlayStation, nobody's going to buy the PlayStation console. But if the games of the Xbox, for example, are available, then everybody would love to buy the core product, which is the Xbox. Okay, so again, games are essential complementary products to the main product here, which is the console. Same thing for high definition TVs. High definition TVs. Why would you buy a high definition TV if there are no high definition satellite channels or high definition movies? There's no reason to do something like that. But the more you have high definition channels, the more you have high definition movies, the more people would like to buy the core product, which is the high definition TV. So if you want to sell the high definition TV, okay, you need to make sure that these high definition movies and high definition TV channels, satellite channels, are actually available. Otherwise, you will have an issue with your system. Okay, same thing with the printer. Okay, when you want to buy an HP printer or a Canon printer, one of the things that you think about is الحبر, right? The ink cartridges. If the ink cartridges are not available, خلاص, nobody is going to buy the core product, which is the printer. So here, these are all examples of very essential complementary products that need to exist with the with your core product. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. I want you to think about your product again, and just ask yourself: are there any complementary products that are absolutely essential to have, that without these complementary products, the clients or customers will be less reluctant to buy my product? يعني ايه اللي انا محتاج ان انا يبقى موجود, okay, so that people would be interested to buy my product more and more and more? Is it something that I have to produce myself, or is it something that is already available in the market? Okay, so the battery for the electric car, the games for the consoles, the play consoles, the satellite channels for the high definition TV, the ink cartridges for the printers. Classical example of essential complementary products and the core complementary products. On the other hand, there are non-essential complementary products. What does that mean? It means that what are the things that you would offer that if the client sees that you're offering, he would like it a lot and he would be very interested to buy the core product. ولكن if these complementary products do not exist, مش نهاية العالم. Okay, you can still buy the core product عادي. يعني I'll give you an example. If you buy a smartphone, okay, and I give you a complementary product such as a Bluetooth سماعة, an earpiece, Bluetooth سماعة, okay, this would be nice to have. صح, البلوتوث سماعة. It would be nice to have. But if it is not available, it's okay. You can still use your iPhone, or you can still use your smartphone. عادي, مش نهاية الدنيا. Same thing with the car. If I offer some kind of maintenance service to the car, that I tell you, for the first 3 years, I will give you free maintenance. What will you say? You'll say, this is fantastic, lovely. And you will probably buy the car. But if I tell you that I'm not going to give you this 3-year free maintenance, you can still buy the car. You can still buy the car. مش نهاية العالم. But the complementary product here makes it more attractive. And same thing for the ACs, that if I tell you, before you, that every summer, I will come in this, I come and give you like a free maintenance. Again, this is a complementary offering. So the Bluetooth سماعة is a non-essential complementary product. The maintenance is also considered to be a non-essential complementary, but in this case, complementary service. So the complementary offerings could be a product or it could be a service. Okay? Of course, I understand that there could be some products where the maintenance is absolutely critical. Okay? But in most of the cases, it's something that is good to have, but it is not a make it or break it. Type, who decides whether a complementary product is considered to be essential or non-essential? Let me ask you this question, and I want you to write down what your thoughts are in the chat box. If I tell you that applications, these are different types of applications on your smartphone, okay? And this is your phone. So the applications are considered to be complementary products to your smartphone, okay? Now, can you write in your chat box, are these considered to be, in your point of view, are they essential complementary products, or do you see them as non-essential complementary products? What do you think? Essential or non-essential in your point of view? So Yasmin, essential, very essential. Okay, so everybody sees it as being essential. But Malak has decided to say non-essential, and Maria said non-essential. This is interesting. So people say essential, other people say non-essential. Who decides whether it's essential or non-essential? Who do I need to look at to make a decision of whether this product that the customer is going to perceive it and see it as essential or non-essential. Salam alaikum, Yasmin. Bravo. Bravo, Malak. Bravo. Exactly. It has to do with the segment. So if you look at this young lady here, she's 20 years old. Let's say she's a student at the AUB. I think we can probably, it will be safe to say that this young lady sees these applications as definitely essential to her, for sure. But if you look at Tata, although wallahi, there are some really tech-savvy ladies that I know very old, yeah? Okay. If you look at Tata, probably these applications might not be as essential to her as the young lady. So it really depends on the segment. If you're targeting the young lady, definitely it's going to be essential. If you talk about Tata, it will be non-essential. So let me ask you this. Do you remember the اللعبة, the toy that was inside the Happy Meal بتاعت McDonald's? Remember that toy? Is this an essential complementary product or a non-essential complementary product? Is this essential or not essential? The toy, can you what do you think? Ziad says non-essential. Do you agree or do you disagree? The toy of the Happy Meal. Yasmin says essential. Malik says essential. Okay, so Rita gets the, again, it's a segment as well. So yes. Yes, to some extent, Eva. We'll talk about that. Okay. So, on the segment, for sure. So for the kids, I would agree that it would be essential. I would agree that it would be essential. Sometimes even the kid goes to McDonald's, and he wants to buy the toy. So even McDonald's now allows kids to buy the toys sometimes, but in very, very special cases, right? So the toy is essential in that case, but maybe for someone who's a grown-up, at least hopefully, the toy would not be essential. So keep your eyes. Yes, Heba.
I wanted to ask, for example, whenever a certain concept didn't exist before, the first people who did it, they didn't think it was essential, right? I mean, the toys for the McDonald's, before it has been done, we cannot say it was essential, However, when it was done, it becomes a need and it becomes essential. So when you ask, is it essential, do you talk about the first time it was put on or after it was put? Thank you.
Good point. Good point. I agree with you that probably at the very beginning, McDonald's thought that it would be something that is attractive for the kids to play with at the very beginning. I'm guessing that this would be the case. And then they realized, oh my God, the kids love it. The kids actually go and buy the Happy Meal because of the toys. And therefore it became, it considered to be essential. They saw it as being essential. And therefore McDonald's continued to innovate even in the toy itself. So for example, when there's a new movie that is out, Heba, okay, that McDonald's knows that the kids love it, they start creating the characters of the toys for that movie. Okay, so because they understood that that this toy has become essential. So yes, I agree with you. I agree with you that the evolution of the essential, the necessity and being essential can come with time. I agree with you on that. But at least use your best judgment at the beginning, and use your best judgment. Your gut feeling tells you that putting a toy in the Happy Meal probably is going to have a positive impact. That's what I want you to think about your products in the same way. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, the last thing that I want to tell you about, okay, is something called the networks. Something called the networks. Okay, this is very important. The networks, اللي هي الشبكة, okay, is basically the network that is created around your product or your offering to make this offering more attractive and can actually be consumed and used by people more and more and more. Let me give you an example. And I gave you this example before, but let me highlight it again. I was asking Malak. Yeah, I was asking Malak yesterday. Malak, would you like to buy the electric car? Okay. And Malak said yes. And then when we had a discussion, we came to the conclusion that it is very important, aside طبعا from the batteries, يعني, in Malak would be able to have very convenient places where she can actually charge the battery of her car. حتى أنا قلت لملك ساعتها in what if every gas station in Beirut has a place where you go in for 3 minutes, you either charge the car or they can actually replace your battery with a full one. Okay, in that case she said, okay, that would be fantastic. So here, what I mean by, so here, if I'm a car producer, okay, I need to make sure that I create a network of charging stations so that anybody who buys my product is able to charge his car anywhere in Beirut, for example. But what kind of network is this? That's an infrastructure network, right? Because charging stations is a kind of infrastructure, kind of بنية تحتية, a kind of infrastructure that I need to create. Got it? Also, service centers need to be available, right? And therefore, that's a kind of network of infrastructure that the car producer needs to take into account. Okay? طيب. What is people? People means that what if let's say that I go to Malak and I tell her, okay, everything is perfect about this car, but unfortunately, Malak, not a single mekaniki in Beirut understands how to fix this car. What will you tell me? You probably will be very disappointed and you would be very reluctant to buy this car, right? But what if you know that all the mechanics in Beirut, they know how to fix this car and they know how to deal with this car? In that case, you will be more interested to buy this car. So if you are a car producer or a car manufacturer, you need to make sure that the mechanics, that there are sufficient number of mechanics in Beirut who know how to fix this car. And therefore, your network in this case that you need to support and you need to educate and you need to train would be the mechanics. So in that case, you need to create a network of mechanics, you need to train them and make sure that they are available in Beirut so that they can actually maintain the car that you're producing. واضحة? Both of them are very important networks. وخلي بالك من حاجة. Please pay attention. The people who I am going to be having in this networks, okay, they are not working in the company. And they are not working for Renault. They are not working for, those are normal mechanics who have their own workshops, okay, but they just have been trained, they actually know how to fix that car. So there are no contractual obligations between the company and the people and those people. Got it? Let me give you another example. You know, we all know Apple, yes? And we all know the lovely applications that you can download from the Apple Store for the iPhone, for example. Okay, who develops these applications? Who develops these applications? Is it Apple? Does Apple develop these applications? The answer, of course, is A. No, it's not Apple. Who develops these applications are developers, normal developers, people like you and me, for example, who want to develop an application, and then after you develop an application, you upload it on the Apple Store. Apple just, checks it and certifies it, and then just puts on. So, but the producer is the developer. Now, think about this for a second. If you are Apple, would you like to have more and more and more applications available for your iOS system? Of course, the answer is yes. So in that case, is the network, are developers important for you as Apple? Of course they are. So what am I going to do as Apple? I'm going to give them support. I'm going to create for them forums. I'm going to give them incentives, right? Because those people are very important to me. Are these people employees of Apple? No, they're not. So there's no contractual obligation between the Apple and these employees and these developers. Okay, but the developers are very important for Apple because they help Apple design and develop applications that more and more people will it will indirectly increase their revenues. أكيد. Okay? زي ما ياسمين كانت بتقول. So I want you to think about that for a second. I want you to think about that for a second. I want you to think about your product again and ask yourself, is there a network of people who would help me with, خلي بالكم بقى من الكلمة الجاية دي، خلي بالكم. Is there a network of people that can help me design, develop, market, or distribute my product? They are not employees in your company. They might take some commission. They might take some commission, possible. But they are not employees of your company. When you want to distribute the solar dryer system, and you want more people to actually use this system, who would be the network that you would be, who would be very important network for you? I think agriculture associations would probably be very important for me as a network. Don't you think? Because when they know about this product more, they probably will indirectly affect the farmer's decision to buy your product. So for me, I would be very interested to build strong connections with agriculture associations, with NGOs, with other agri organizations. I would probably go to Qut, which is the agribusiness cluster of Beretech, you know, and I will try to establish because these خلي بالكم, the network of people are not my clients. I repeat, they are not my clients. They are not people who work for me, but they are people who will influence, who are influenced positively the purchasing of my product. زي ما ياسمين قالت, indirectly. Cooperatives, yes, Emilio, cooperatives, تعاونيات, exactly. Do you understand my point? Can you give me a thumbs up if this is 100% clear to you? Can you say yes or no or any questions? Yes, it's 100% clear. Do you see the power of this? This is very powerful because that means that you as an entrepreneur or as a researcher, you really need to look at who are the influencers. Who are the networks of people that I want to talk to who will indirectly create this positive vibe about my product? And Tani, who can possibly help me with design and development, like developers with Apple, who would help me with the maintenance, like the Renault situation, who would help me with marketing and distribution, like the cooperatives and the associations in our case. Okay, وخلي بالكم ان the infrastructure, خلي بالكم الكلمه الجايه دي, infrastructure دي, I know that you are an entrepreneur and I know that you're you don't have the financial maybe capacity right now to create any kind of network of infrastructure, but think about the existing infrastructure that you can use. Okay, think about clubs that already okay. So maybe you asked about influencers. Yes, the answer is yes, but just make sure to tap on the networks that you'd not really need to pay a lot of money for, because influencers, they would ask for money. And I'm very sensitive because I'm an entrepreneur myself, by the way, and I had like 3 companies before. One of them didn't do too well. The other one was sold to a US company, and I have the third one now. So I know the importance of bootstrapping at the very beginning. So they will take money from you unless they are your friends. if you have influencers that your friends, that would be nice. So if Nancy Agram, for example, happens to be your friend, which you'll be lucky in all cases, but if you can use her as an influencer, that would be very nice, of course. But don't pay money for influencers. Think about other people that can help you. Okay, so I'm going to stop here. And I want you to take 10 minutes, okay, and go back to your tabs. Just 1 second. Go back to your tab. I have it here. You know what I'm talking about, right? اللي هي Excel file, the Google Sheet Excel file that has the different tabs at the bottom. Market, offering. Go to the offering tab, please, and just write down. Just take 10 minutes to consider 3 things. Number 1, value. I want you to use this matrix as a way of identifying the characteristics of your product. Standalone value means, by the way, a description of the product itself. Okay, that's what it is. So use this matrix to describe some of the features that you would like to add to your product to make it more customer productive, simpler, more convenient, less risk, and so forth. That's number 1. Number 2, I want you to think about what kind of complementary products or services that you would like to introduce with your product in the market that you think would make a hell of a difference for your client. وحط نفسك مكان client. يعني always think with the eyes of the client. الشخص ده اللي هيشتري الجهاز بتاعي هيفرق معاه ايه؟ What's the most important? What's the thing that if you give to that person, هيقول الله حلو قوي. I want to buy this product because you propose to him a complementary product or a complementary service. So keep the client in mind. And finally, think about the network of people in particular, and if an infrastructure that you should be careful about and talk to and discuss and support and influence, because they will eventually have a positive indirect influence on the people buying your product. Okay, I think this is very clear. Take 5 minutes. I'm going to be a bit pushy. Take 5 minutes. Apply it now. I'm very excited to hear your outputs. Yalla, take 5 minutes.
بس عندي سؤال بليز.
Sure.
بالانفراستراكشر لازم تكون الانفراستراكشر هي ملك الشركة مثلا؟
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I'll give you an example. I was doing هو الexample بعيد شوية. Okay, but you'll get the idea. يعني for example, if Beratech, for example, wants to support entrepreneurs, that's their mandate, okay, and they're looking at the kind of network that they need to capitalize on عشان يقدروا يقدموا their services in a better way. One of the things that they will look at is existing infrastructure in Beirut, for example, that has not been used properly, and to convert it in a way that can support startups and entrepreneurs. So, for example, they would go to مباني مهجورة زي في مصر مثلا عندنا حاجة اسمها قصور ثقافة, you know, cultural centers and that nobody was using. They can take this, they can clean it up, and they can use it as an incubator, a place for or a place for events. So you don't have to create the infrastructure. You can use something that is already existing. Is this clear to everyone?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yo. I'll be back. Yeah. Yeah, one more minute. Okay. Any questions for me? Right, on the agenda we have like a short break بس I would like to إن أنا أكمل شوية كمان. Okay. Because we only spent 1 hour of content يعني around the offering. First one was just a quick revision. So I just want to take the momentum. I want to just go on for like another half an hour, and then we'll take a break if you don't mind. Okay. 1 second. There was just a question.
Can I start?
So actually, Ahmed, if you just hold on for a second, because we won't be able to, I'm just going to take 2 from you, okay? Because we won't be able to go through the whole list. We'll take 2 sample projects to make sure that we have it right. So you can go ahead, Ahmed, and then I'll pick another person. But please make it very, very, very short and to the point. Go ahead, please.
All right. First, we will use the chain of scavengers who are already collecting steel and plastic from the waste bins. We will hire them, or we will make a deal with them to collect for us clean plastic to make them fibers. We will also make use of the chain of reverse vending machines available in all universities. And by the way, we already talked to the company responsible for reverse vending machines in Lebanon, also to ease collection. And we might use, we might empower women to help, so they can help us make fibers at home. We can provide them the setup and teach them how to prepare the fibers. So it might be a side business for them.
Very good, very good, excellent, excellent.
Thank you, thank you.
Very, I'm happy that you're utilizing existing infrastructure. I'm happy that you have identified also some communities, women in certain communities who can actually be your network for producing these kind of PET fibers. Very, very, very good. Let's take one more, another example. Who wants to go next?
If you want, I can.
Yalla, Yasmin, yalla.
Okay. First of all, I want to begin with the essential product and the complementary offerings. If I can.
Let's go.
Essential products like the filter dryer and the desulfurizer of the biogas. We have the add-on unit for the decontamination, and we have the fittings. Also for complementary products and offering, we have the temperature, the intelligent sensors, and we have the different offerings such as the do-it-yourself package and also the combo offering. if you want to talk about complementary offering. And regarding the network, we're thinking of green associations, municipalities, and local and international NGOs.
Okay. Okay. One quick comment about the part that has to do with the complementary offerings. Try to make the complementary offering kind of independent and disconnected between the core offering itself, you know, because I think you mentioned sensors as a complementary offering, if I'm not mistaken.
No, sensors as a complementary product and not offering.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. A complementary, it's okay. We're using just the same terminology. So the sensors, where are these sensors going to exist? Are they going? They're going to be in the bin, right?
You can yes, inside the bin.
That's what I'm saying. That usually the complementary products, they are kind of external and they are decoupled from the bin. So like the sensors, you will, it's going to be part of the offering about the standalone value. You understand? Like the sensors, it's part of the standalone value. It's not a complementary product. A complementary product is usually something that is external, like for example the Bluetooth.
Okay. No, I understand. Okay.
You got it now. Okay. So think about it. And when we discuss it later on, we'll tell me your ideas on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, now let's go straight. I'm getting a couple of private messages from some of you requesting some of my help to how to apply the network concept to the product. So I will do that with you in the break. Okay, so don't worry. We'll do that offline so that we're able to continue with our course, Yani, our workshop, Yani, not to be disruptive, but definitely هنحدد وقت in the break ونقعد نتكلم مع بعض. We'll get to the bottom of it, don't worry. Okay. All right, so let's go straight into pillar number 3, which is very, very important, which is called the business model. Okay, the business model has so many different meanings, and there are so many different models that are used for the business to construct the business model. One of the very, very popular one is called the business model canvas. Okay, the simple definition of a business model, and you should know this word very well. The business model is the ability or how a particular company is able to create value and how a company captures value. So how you create value and how you capture value. Okay, and so if you take, for example, let's talk about let's say YouTube, for example. The way that YouTube creates value is that it has a platform, right? It has a mobile platform and it has a web platform that allows people to upload videos about different stuff. Okay, this is how they create value. How do they capture value? Meaning, how do they make money? One of the ways is through ads. Okay, so ads, okay, is the way for YouTube to actually capture the value. Okay, we're going to be in particularly interested in 2 things for this workshop. One of them is called the revenue streams. Another one is called partnerships. Okay, so revenue streams means how the different ways that I can make money. So revenue is how you can make is the top line of the initial income. It's what we call the amount of money that you produce نتيجة that you're selling a certain product. So if McDonald's, for example, produces 1,000 burgers and each burger is for, let's say, $2, then the revenue is going to be $2,000, 2 times 1,000. Okay, time. In order for you to explain the موضوع revenue streams, I want you to get خلي جنبيكوا ورقة وقلم, okay? Because I want to write a few things كده مع بعض. It's already in the slides, but I want you to write it down with me, please. Okay? I want you to imagine that you are the owner of a gym. Okay? I want you to imagine that you're the owner of a gym. And I want you to tell me, let me just stop sharing. And I want you to tell me, what are the different ways that you can make money as a gym? Yalla, let's go straight. Right, type down different ways that you can make. What's the most normal way that you can make money as a gym? Number 1A.
Subscriptions.
So number 1, let's write it down. Kida, memberships. In other words, subscriptions. Okay, what does that mean? It means it's the fixed amount of money that you pay the gym. Okay, مقابل خدمة معينة for a certain period of time. Okay, and the most important thing is whether you go or you don't, you're going to pay that membership. So let's say that membership is let's say $30 a month.
Variety of offerings and classes.
واحدة. So the first one is $30 per month. That's your membership. Or I can tell you that your membership is $300 a year. Okay, so the membership could be monthly or the membership could be annually. Very good. You guys are on fire. Oh my God. Wow. So many brilliant ideas. Excellent. So number 1, membership. Number 2, let me ask you this question. What would be better for you? Would you like to pay $30 a month or $300 a year? Or would you like to pay $700 for life? Yeah, you pay $700 a life. Would you like that? Wow. Okay, so life, year. So it's a mixed decision. Okay, and it really depends on you as a person, right? So if you are one of those people who you know that once you actually subscribe to a gym, that you'll actually go to the gym, because you know what happens, right? Everybody, متحمس قوي في الأول, very hot, I'm gonna go to the gym and أكسر الدنيا, I'm gonna be I don't know what, right? And then you go for 3 times and then down the hill from there, right? So many times. So when you're talking about something like that, so something like that is not good for someone who's going to be paying per year and per life, right? Because the dedication is not there. Okay, maybe for another person it could be. So it depends on the person. But the most important thing here is that paying $700 a life is called what we call a one-time transaction. It's a one-time transaction. Why? Because you pay this $700 one time, okay, and that's it. You don't pay anymore. So it's a one-time transaction. This is different than memberships or subscriptions that you pay a fixed amount of money every month or every year, okay, whether you go or you don't. That's number 2. Number 3, I see here that you were saying personal trainers. Yes, personal trainers. What would you like to classify those? Are they the core offering, or are they a complementary service? Are they the core offering? Yes. So I can put definitely that I can make money from the complementary services / complementary products. And the complementary services would be things like sauna, like jacuzzi, like personal trainer, like dance classes, like صح? And I can also make money from some complementary products. What would be some of the complementary products that I can sell in a gym? Right? Protein shakes, صح Rita? Bands, صح? Sportswear, prepared meals. Very good. Okay, supplements, vitamins. So a lot of complementary products there. Excellent. Now, what else can how else can I make money in a gym other than membership subscriptions, $700 for life, complimentary services and products? Powders, yes. Polyphenol. See, I love that. I love that in entrepreneurs. You know, they just love their product so much, right? That any opportunity, like the gym, they can include a polyphenol. Well, guess what? Well, good for you. Now you can add that to one of your target segments. Bravo. خلي بالكوا, diet consultations is part of your complimentary services. Okay, and selling workout plans is if you خلي بالكم من الكلمة, ركزوا. Selling workout plans means that this is a one-time transaction, and so workout plans would be a product. I consider it as a product, and therefore it is a complementary product. Okay, and that's going to be different than the word licensing we're going to be using كمان شوية, but I'm going to leave that to the end. طبعا nurseries, كل اللي انتوا بتقولوه ده كله, it falls under the complementary services and complementary products. Right. Let me ask you this question. What if I go inside the gym? Trust me, they change the plan every month. Okay. Nesh. We can discuss that later. Right. Let's assume that I go into a gym, and then they give me this card. So you go to the first machine, right? You check in, and then you play for 5 minutes, and then you check out. You go to the second machine, you check in, you play for 7 minutes, and then you check out. Go to the third machine, you check in, play for 10 minutes, and then you check out. And then you take this card to the cashier. The cashier.
ذكرتنا شيء؟ لأنه عندك رابيد انستافيكس.
Okay. So I muted Ahmed. So and then you take this card to the cashier. So he tells you, okay, you played 5 minutes here, 7 minutes here, and 10 minutes here. You owe us $4. What do you like about this model? Is this a nice model? Do you like it? What do you think? Yes, no? Wow, you say no? A lot of people say no. مش حد yes خالص? Okay. طيب, what if I tell you all this for $1? Would that change things? $1 طيب. That would be better شوية. Okay. This is خلي بالكم الحاجة. This is called a usage model. I want you to write this down. Usage model. A usage model means that you only pay whenever you use something, okay? Which is sometimes good, because when you're talking about a commitment issue or your incapability to actually pay a certain amount of, you don't have the financial capability, sometimes this can be quite useful. This is called a usage model, okay? A usage model. وخلي بالكم الحاجة, a usage model can actually work in different ways, okay? Which means that you are trying to reduce your risk. يعني the objective of the goal of the usage model is to reduce the risk. Okay, I'll give you an example about this in a second. Okay, fine. What would be another model? How else can I make money as a gym? How else can I make money as a gym? How about, yes, partnerships, صح, possible. But the partnerships, we need to talk about that in a second. Selling sports clothes, Anna Maria, is a complementary product. So sportswear clothes and sportswear are complementary products. So خلاص, we talked about, again, diversifying the services will all go under complementary services. Okay. طب how about this? Online, كل ده online classes, كل ده under this complementary. Okay. ماشي. How about this? How about rent? Can a gym rent? Can a gym rent something? I'll tell you something really cool. I don't know if you yes, of course. They can rent rooms. They can rent rooms for trainers. They can rent rooms for personal, for group sessions in a certain way. So rent is another way of making money. And I don't know if you've heard the news or not, but you know, in the United States, because everything was locked down, and one of the first things that was locked down were the gyms. What happened was that gyms in the United States, they actually rented their machines. So if you're home, for example, and you want to work out, instead of you buying a machine from, let's say, Walmart or from I don't know where, right, or Carrefour, you can actually rent the machine that normally would exist in the gym, and you can rent it at your home for a couple of months. Not bad. Well, if the machines are going to be in the gym anyway and nobody's going to be using it, they might as well rent it. Okay. So Rain, she loves the idea. Okay, it was a very nice idea, by the way. So rent, خلي بالكم, rent is another way that you can actually make money. Yes, probably in Dubai too. Probably in Dubai too. Okay, now let me give you a real life example, just to because we talked about memberships, we talked about one-time transaction, complementary services and products, usage model, rent. Okay, now let's look at a real life example. I say real life because I was not mentoring, but I was kind of advising a researcher like yourself 7 years ago. This researcher created a very nice machine. The input for that machine was agriculture waste, agri-waste, and the output was biofertilizers. Okay, and that machine, he was trying to sell it for $5,000. Halas, $5,000. Now, if you look at what we've written so far about revenue streams, if you go to a fallah or a farmer and you tell them, hello, I would like to sell you this machine for $5,000, the farmer will probably say, cool, but that's a bit too expensive for me. وبالتالي, if you're trying to sell that machine on a one-time transaction basis, probably the farmer will be a little bit reluctant because it can be a little bit pricey. So in that case, you have two options. You either give up and you say that, you know, I'm a failed entrepreneur, or you need to think about another way that you can make money out of something like this. So I want you to write down for me to tell me what have we discussed so far that can allow you to make money from that kind of machine that you produce. How else can you make money? Yes. So Heba and Rain said that you can rent it, correct? So you can actually rent that machine for a certain period of time, correct? That's number one. Number two. Yes. Can I do the usage model? مين بقى جامد؟ اللي هيجيب دي صح؟ اللي هيجيب دي صح ليه $10 وخلي كريستال تديله $10. اوكي جهزي فلوسك يا كريستال. So who's gonna tell me how to do usage model? Come on, $10. $10 is at stake now. No one? Oh my God. You cannot do the usage model? Reduce the price from their input, put an IoT and see the amount of, oh. طب سيبك من رين سيبك من IoT part. Talk to me about what exactly are you trying to do? No. I'm talking about the machine that the input is an agriculture waste, and the output is a biofertilizer. Take this example. Take this example. We said I can either sell it for $5,000 on a one-time transaction. That's number one. Number two, I can rent it to farmers for a certain period of time مقابل مصاري معينة. Number three, I want to use the usage model. How am I going to do that? Okay. Rain, I'm gonna give you the $10. So Christelle owes you $10 now. Okay, it's very close to what you said. I can say that I'm going to give you this machine. Okay, and for every 1 ton of biofertilizers you produce, I'm going to get a certain amount of money from you. And that means that as far as the farmer is concerned, the risk على farmer has gone down. صح? Because the farmer is not going to pay money unless the farmer actually produces fertilizers. And therefore, we could consider that as a usage model. So you pay whenever you use. You pay whenever you use. Because خلي بالك, rent, you're going to be paying the money, and if you decide not to use the machine, well, tough luck. المصاري راحت عليك خلاص. Tough luck. Okay, but this model is different. It means that you will pay only whenever you produce. Okay, very good. So we have the usage model. Right. Let's go back to the gym example. So we talked about memberships, one-time transaction, complementary services, complementary products, usage model, rent for the gym. How else can a gym make money? How else can the gym make money?
Can I ask a question, please, before?
Sure.
Like when we adapt, for example, our way of dealing with the product, maybe people like, I mean, when you do something like renting, how do you know that other companies will not buy your machine anymore because you just gave them a better way to rent? You know, isn't it a competition for your own product that you are creating? Or, you know what I mean? Like, because
I know what you mean.
have the machine for the polyphenol production. Okay, if they don't want to buy the powder, shall I give them the machine? And it's a competition for myself.
Okay. First of all, I don't see it as a competition because the target segments can be different. You could have a situation where if you give me the option, would you like to buy a bicycle or would you like to rent a bicycle? There are people who are going to buy the bicycle because they want to buy the bicycle, because they want to use it, because they know that they are producing a lot. They know that it is better cost effective that they actually buy the product. And there are other people who know that they are going to use this for a much shorter period of time, and therefore they would like to rent that product. Okay, so it really depends on the customer at the end, the client. But your role as someone who owns a business is to give the customer the flexibility. You will find both. You will find people who are buying, and you'll find people who are renting.
Okay, thank you. I'm convinced.
You're convinced? Okay. Right. So what's the next thing that I can make money from if you're in a gym? Daily or hourly? Okay, so daily or hourly charge, صح يا سلام. You're absolutely right. Boot camps is probably part of the complementary services. How about advertisement and sponsorships? Okay, who would like to advertise? Who would like to advertise عندي في الجيم? Yeah. So power drinks, Nike would probably like to advertise. All these different stakeholders. Hello. So definitely advertisement / sponsorship can work very well. And by the way, الموضوع مش بعيد قوي عنكم. لأن مثلا I'll give you an example. I had a case where يعني Yasmin where Rian were talking about the bio waste bin, right? We have a very successful model here in Egypt which is, again, it's these kind of like stations, like ATM machines, like big stations for people to actually put their waste in. Okay, I think it was plastic or electronic, I'm not exactly sure. But the top of that bin, the top of this machine, there was like a small stand, and it was used. The stand was used for advertisement. Okay, and so you're not only making money from the actual recycling concept. Okay, if you decide to put these bins in public places, okay, because mind you, for the bio waste, you really have two options. You're either going to sell the machine, okay, or you're actually gonna give this machine for free, okay, and then you can make, and then in return for a certain amount of money that is paid every month, or as a percentage of the kind of output that is produced, or from the ads, even a percentage of the ads. So if you take one of these machines, for example, that maybe not the case of the bio waste in particular, right? But if you put these machines in, let's say, in universities or in malls or in whatever, right? You can also advertise there too. So advertisement and sponsorship is another way also to make money. Yeah, think about that. Think about it. Okay. So the other model that is very important also is called the brokerage model. And let me close by this, because there's actually another model after that called the licensing, but this will take more time. And I think you will absolutely love it as researchers, quite honestly. So the next model is called the brokerage model. Brokerage يعني بالعربي يعني الوسيط أو السمسار. Okay, so what is a broker? A broker is an entity or a person that exists between two people, and when he connects those two people, يعني بيوفق رصيد في الحلال، يعني زي ما بنقول بالمصري يعني. Okay, كويس. This guy and some kind of a transaction takes place. This person in the middle takes a cut. خلاص, takes a cut. So for example, Uber is a brokerage model. Airbnb is a brokerage model. eBay is a brokerage model. Entity or person connects between two people. Once the financial transaction takes place, it takes, let's say, 10% or 20% of limited transaction. Okay? Even stockbrokers, this is how they make money. That every time they sell a stock or buy a stock, they get a certain amount of money. Good. So let me ask you this question. How can I apply the brokerage model for a gym, مثلا? Can you guess? How can I apply the brokerage model for a gym?
I wrote it before. Whenever you give a deal for someone who gets you other people, like 20% off for any subscription of someone that comes from your side.
Very good. I would probably call this referral marketing يا هبة أكتر. So it's more referral marketing that if you refer your friend, I'll give you something in return. But you're right. In principle, it's very close. But I'm looking for a situation that is not referral marketing. That you're somewhere between. What do you think? Like a broker, an actual broker. Okay. Hey, it's not very applicable out in gym, to be honest with you, but I'll give you the example in any cases. Let's say that a client goes to the gym, and then he's playing or she's playing with the treadmill. Okay, and they say, Allah, حلو قوي treadmill that I love it. I absolutely love it. I would like to I want to buy a treadmill at home. Okay, if the gym has some kind of a deal with a supplier of these kind of treadmills, that they would get, I don't know, 20 or 30% of the revenue if the gym connects between the client and between the supplier, that would be a brokerage model. That would be considered to be a brokerage model. Okay, So real estate, the real estate world is based a lot about the brokerage model too. Okay, so brokerage model is also very, very important. So we have membership, one-time transaction. If I share my screen. So we have one-time transaction. اتكلمنا على subscription model. اتكلمنا على pay as you go برضو اللي هي when you go in like kind of like a usage model. We talked about making money off complementary products and services. We talked about the brokerage model. We talked about making money off advertisements and sponsorships. We talked a little bit about referral marketing. What Hiba was referring to was actually referral marketing. And the one thing that I actually want to do with you, but after the break, and this is very important for researchers, because we're going to talk about intellectual property in particular, is the part that has to do with the licensing. I think you're going to find it really, really, really cool when we talk about it. Okay, so let's take a very, very short break. I'm going to be pushing a little bit today. Okay, let's take a very, very short break. It's 11:35. Can we take a 10-minute break, please, بعد إذنكم? So let's come back. Please don't hate me, okay? So let's come back after 10 minutes. So let's say 11:45. We're going to talk about something really, really exciting for you, which is licensing of technologies, particularly in the context of being a researcher for Gamma. All right? So I'll see you after 10 minutes. Okay. So I'm just gonna... Right now, the last part about the revenue streams, which I'm going to talk about licensing. Okay, let me just check something here. All right. And so we're going to do this for about half an hour, and then we're going to go straight into the market validation, where I will be talking to you about how can you do some preliminary market validation. And my colleague, a colleague of mine, Marwan Tariq, is going to be joining me to do some nice demos for all of you. Excellent. So before the break, what we have done so far, we had a good discussion about the offering. We talked about the standalone value of the offering. We talked about the complementary products and services that you can introduce. We talked about the network. فكل دي خصائص or characteristics of the offering that you want to introduce to the market. We did that, okay? And I look forward to, I'll ask you to share it with me in more detail so that I can see it and give you comments about it. The second thing that we did is that we went right away to the business model pillar. And we talked about the revenue streams. And we talked about so many different ways that I can make money, whether it's through one-time transactions, memberships, complementary services and products, making money out of the usage model, renting, advertisement and sponsorship, brokerage. And I want to talk to you a little bit about licensing, okay? Licensing being a very important way that you can make money. So let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Now, first of all, can someone يكتب لي في الchat box if you are a gym? First of all, يعني licensing. What does licensing mean? What does licensing mean? كلمة قوية جدا. What does licensing mean? Any ideas? Licensing. Giving the rights of intellectual property for someone else. Bravo him. A+. That's exactly what it is. It's the giving the rights of usage of an intellectual property that I own to someone else. Okay. Yes, franchising is a kind of licensing, Emilio. Okay, but it's a franchising of a trademark. Okay. So one of the very important things that you need to know, as a researcher, right, or as any entrepreneur, that licensing deals with licensing of intellectual property. Now, how many types of intellectual property do we have? عايز تجي ورقة وقلم كده please ونكتب مع بعض, and then so that you can see it برضو عندنا في الايه على slides. Number 1, patent, which is an invention. Yes. Number 2, copyright. Number 3, trademark. So I have patent, I have copyright, I have trademark. Those are the 3. في حاجات تانية طبعا زي design, utility, patents, but those are the 3 most important types of intellectual property. طب let's go through them كده واحدة واحدة, and just to make sure that everybody understands that well. First of all, when we are talking about again intellectual property, guys, the first thing that you should be clear about is موضوع in the patents. Let me just minimize this. Sorry. So patents is basically the rights that is granted by the government that excludes others from producing, using, or selling an invention. Which basically means that if you are a researcher and you come up with something that is really, really cool, very novel, very new, very cool, you can go to the patent office وتقول لهم مثلا, I would like to protect my invention. They will tell you, okay, can you please describe this invention for us? So you actually write down, you draft the articles that describe your invention. They take this description and then they do حاجة اسمها a patent search, where they search كل الpatents حوالين العالم, okay, and they basically tell you whether your patent or whether your invention is eligible for protection or not. Because if there is a very strong similarity with another invention or another patent, they will decline patenting it for you. Okay? And the patent has to have certain criteria. It has to be useful, not novel, and not obvious. Okay? يعني إيه الكلام ده؟ يعني I cannot مثلا say, guys, I'm absolutely brilliant. I have invented the first chair that has 5 legs instead of 4. I'm brilliant, guys. That doesn't make any sense, right? Because 5 legs of a chair, 5 legs is not useful, and it is too obvious, كمان. If I say that I'm going to invent a chair where the hydraulic system operates in a certain way, or is powered by renewable energy in a certain way, or for example, like our good friend who is developing this chair for the ambulance, that's a different story. Okay, the chair for the ambulance is useful, possibly would be novel, and it is not obvious. Okay, and therefore he can actually get the patent. Okay, so the idea is that
I have got the patent.
Bravo عليك. برافو عليك. So the idea is that if you sorry, what was I saying? If you have an invention, you go to the patent office and you actually have to register it. Okay, but make sure one of the things that you have to be careful about is that where are you going to patent this? Okay, where are you going to patent this in Lebanon, or are you going to patent this in the US, or are you going to patent this in other places around the world? The decision to patent it where all depends على where you're going to be marketing this. يعني where do you intend to market this. لو انت هتmarket your product only in Lebanon and this is your conviction, خلاص, just patent only in Lebanon. If you're going to patent it elsewhere, you have to patent elsewhere. وفي حاجات زي PCT agreements, تمام, where if you patent yourself in one country, it automatically covers you in other countries. Okay, so you have to be careful, you have to be considerate about where you actually want to sell your product eventually, and make sure that you protect yourself there. So you don't have to protect yourself in Uganda, for example, or you don't have to protect yourself in Zimbabwe, right? But Apple, for example, because they are producing a device that is used all over the world, they would protect themselves all over the world in every single country. Okay, this is point number one. Point number two is that there are different types of patents. If you are not really sure about that you should go through a patent or not, right? You can do something called a provisional patent. Okay, so a provisional patent is very cheap. Okay, it's somewhere around the $300-400. Okay, which is relatively speaking very inexpensive compared to other patents. So it's a very small, it's a very inexpensive patent. What is the provisional patent? The provisional patent is that if you have an idea, okay, even if it is not formulated perfectly into a patent, you can still be able to register what we call a provisional patent. كأنك جبت كده ايه صندوق وحطيت فيه كل افكارك. يعني الصندوق ده تحط فيه كل افكارك, and then you close the صندوق and you label it with a provisional patent. But there's one catch, that the provisional patent will only protect you for 1 year. يعني هيحميك for only 1 year. And if you don't file a proper patent within this 1 year, before the provisional patent expires, كده هقدر اقول لك باي باي. Okay, you actually have to file within that 1 year a proper patent. Okay, but it's a good way to get things moving about your protecting your research. Okay, so this is point number 2. Point number 3, you need to also understand that these patents have an expiry date. Okay, يعني any patent, you are not protected for life. You are protected for 20 to 25 years depending على شكل الباتنت بتاعتك. For pharmaceutical, it goes actually up to 25 years, and then it goes public again. بالظبط يا هبه, برافو. Okay, and that's why, for example, you would find something really interesting. You would find, have you heard of 3D printing, guys? I'm sure that you've heard about 3D printing. Okay, كلنا سمعنا عن 3D printing. Okay, when did you start hearing that everybody's doing 3D printing? بقالنا قد ايه تقريبا؟ 4 or 5 years, right? حاجه كده, 4 or 5 years, 6 years. Okay, now the interesting thing here is that this is something that has been available بقالها 25 years, تخيلوا, or 30 years. It was actually invented, 3D printing was invented in the late 80s. So why are people doing it now? Can you guess? Why are people using 3D printing like crazy now? Why? Because, can you guess? Hi, Gama. Okay, because it's public now, صح. Because the patent expired. وأول ما الباتنت بتexpire, ألف مبروك, it's open for the public. You can use it any way that you want. خلاص? Any way that you want. All right, so that's why people actually بيبقوا قاعدين كده and they're looking at the patents and they know their expiry time. And then أول ما they expire, bam, they can use it any way they want. That's why you would, when you go to a pharmacy and you ask for دواء معين, they tell you there is the brand دواء, and then there's another دواء which has exactly the same formula. صح? Exactly, the generic one. Okay, so why does this happen? It's because a company like Tylenol or like Advil, they protected their medicine for 25 years, and then they have to keep it for a public. Okay, طبعا in the case of pandemics, زي the situation that we are in right now, okay, this is the only time where المحكمة الدولية, the International Court of Justice, they actually force the companies to disclose their formula very quickly, and then they get compensated. Okay, in case of pandemics or epidemics, this is the only case. But the point here is that the money that you pay to register your patent, this money goes to the government. Maya, why? Because if someone infringes your patent or tries to copy your patent, the commercial court of the government, you can actually sue them at the commercial court of the government, okay? And therefore they will get you your rights, okay? Why am I saying all this? Why am I saying all this? Because when one of the very important things that the researchers can do is to actually license their patents. So when you have a patent, okay, I'm gonna tell you this now, and I know that my very good friends in Beratech are gonna probably kill me, and they're probably gonna hate me for life, but I'm gonna tell it to you anyway, okay? It is not compulsory that every one of you, as a researcher, to have your own startup, because startup is a mindset. You have to be an entrepreneur. You have to have the mindset, you know. But at least as a bare minimum, you should be able to look at ways to commercialize your technology. And commercializing your technology does not necessarily mean that you're going to have a startup out of it. Okay, you can license your technology also. You can talk to industries that you think that they would love this technology, and you tell them, Masā al-Khair, I would like you to use this technology, and then you give them the financial proof of this, which we're going to be doing tomorrow, by the way, or sorry, on Friday. Tamam? And then you have a negotiation process with this company, and you would either sell your intellectual property, your patent, to this company, or you would license it. And the difference is that when you license it, okay, you still own it. You still own the patent, and therefore you can license it again to another company, and a third company, and a fourth company. This company takes exclusive rights of your patent. They tell you, you know what? No, I want this hasri for myself. You cannot license it to someone else, okay? For a certain period of time at least, okay? Okay. Tala is laughing, but you know. طب هعمل ايه يا ترى طيب؟ ما انا يعني I have to say the truth. Okay. So yeah, so you have to understand that you are all great researchers, and you have really good projects in your hand, and there are so many different ways that you can commercialize your research and create economic value for yourself and for your country and for university حتى, okay? And one of the ways is licensing. That's how you can make money out of this, licensing your technology. But before you do that, you have to protect it. And before you protect it, you have to validate that indeed you are different, you have a clear value proposition technically, and that you have a proper valuation of your technology, which we're going to be doing tomorrow. Because when you go to a company and you tell them, I want you to take this, I want to license this technology to you, or I want to sell this technology to you, they will ask you, how much كم مصاري do you want for this? And you have to have an answer to that. Therefore, you do the valuation tomorrow, which we'll do. Okay. So number one, licensing of patents is very important. Cool. Any questions? Clear? The second intellectual property, which is very important for you to understand as a researcher and hopefully as a future or entrepreneur, is copyright. Copyright in Arabic is حقوق الطبع والنشر. حقوق الطبع والنشر. A patent طبعا is براءة اختراع, and this is حقوق الطبع والنشر. Copyright in simple form is the rights that is given to any creation or to someone who creates something of creative value, anything that is of creative value. We're talking about pieces of music that you produce, that's copyrighted. A book that you write, that's copyrighted. Pictures that you take, that's copyrighted. A poem that you've written, that's copyrighted. Anything that is creative that you create. And the difference between copyright and patent is that copyright, number one, you don't have to register it. So you don't go to an office and you tell them, I would like to register my book. You don't do that. Or I want to register my painting. You don't do that. It is known that this person, once you create something, then you get an immediate copyright. You just put the nice C وحواليها دايرة, and that would be a meaning that you own the copyright of what you've just created. تمام? And if someone copies anything from your side, you have the authority to actually sue that person. And it goes back to the commercial court to decide about مين اللي نقل من مين. Okay, and that's why you need to document everything and keep things, put the copyright and document anything that you share. Put, for example, the date of something that you put on the internet or you put online. Okay, so this is very important. Okay, so this is point number one. Point number two, there is something in the United States, and I believe this is the case in Lebanon too, is في حاجة اسمها doctrine of fair usage. Okay, which means that if you have a book, if someone has a book, another person is allowed to photocopy at least 10% of that book. عادي, 10% of the book. So if you go, for example, to, let's say, a copy shop in Canada or in the United States, and you give them the book and you ask them, can you please photocopy the whole book? They will say no to you. But if you say, I would like to photocopy only one chapter, right? They will actually photocopy it for you, because this is called the doctrine of fair usage. And I know what you're thinking now. I know what we're thinking, because I know the mind. I know the mind of Egyptians, and I know the mind of Lebanese. I know the mind. I mean, see, Heba got it right away. I knew it. I knew that this is. من غير ما أنا أقول, I knew that this was immediately the conclusion اللي انتوا هتوصلوا له. I'm trying to explain to you something about copyright, quite, and intellectual property, and you come up with a solution like this. Okay, and that's exactly what happens برا. إن كل واحد تاخد واحد صاحبك copy chapter 2, واحد صاحبك تاني chapter 3 وهكذا. Okay, that's not right, obviously. خلي بالك من حاجة. Copyright protects you throughout the lifetime of the creator, and then you add to it 70 years. Okay, so it's the protection is the lifetime of the time of the author or of the creator, and then you add 70 years. Okay, that's why ساعات في الجرايد you hear the word أسرة المرحوم كذا 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 رفعت قضية. They sued someone because he stole a piece of music of a certain ملحن, for example. Okay, so the الورثة, they can actually sue people for something that was created by someone in their family who actually died, as long as it's within the 70 years. Okay, so I have good news for you, that ست أم كلثوم, she died in 1975, right? Which is what, 45 years ago, right? So you have 25 more years, and you can technically use anything that she has created. and she has produced. Okay, I know that it's being used now, a lot of it illegally, but I'm telling you the right thing. So make sure, please, when you're talking about copyright, this is another thing that you can also license. So when you're talking about a gym, for example, if you create a manual, if you create an operational manual for a gym, that is something that you can actually license. You can give people, people can pay money for that. The content that we use for our innovation workshops, some of it is actually licensed from our sister company in the United States. So the agreement that I have with them is to license their material. Okay, مقابل ايه؟ مقابل what we call royalties معينة. Royalties, it could be masari, or it could be a percentage of the revenue that I generate after I license this material. Okay, so it's very important. So my recommendation is anything that you create from now on, please put the big C والحواليها دايرة at the beginning of the document and under every single page of that document that you produced. Okay, so this is very important. The third type of intellectual property is called trademark. Okay, so the trademark is basically any kind of representation of the company, like a logo of the company, like a motto of the company, anything that you can register. The trademark is like the patent. You need to go to an office and actually register the trademark, the service marks, the trademarks, and the person there will actually look at what you're trying to register and will do some kind of benchmarking against all the other logos or slogans that exist, and they will tell you whether you will be able to register or not. So, for example, in Nike, you see the nice logo of Nike that we all know. Okay, this is the registered trademark. That's why you will find the R وحواليها دايرة, which means registered, or TM وحواليها دايرة, which is called trademark. Okay, this is a registered trademark. So you cannot create a T-shirt أبيض مثلا and put the swoosh of Nike, okay, and just think that you can get away with it. That doesn't work. طبعا يعني maybe in Egypt or Lebanon you could probably go get away with it, but I'm talking about realistically speaking, in normal cases, that would be totally unacceptable. Okay, that would be infringing the trademark of Nike big time. Also, el motto and the slogan can also be registered. يعني Nike مثلا عندنا just do it, صح? They have the just do it slogan. That is also a registered trademark. معايا? Intel Inside, that's a registered trademark. Nestle, the water company, Pure Life تحتيها الR أو TM, that's a registered trademark. So you cannot create شركة مية and then you create like a water brand and then just say put Pure Life تحتها. You cannot do that. Okay. طبعا it's again the commercial court هي اللي بتفصل في الحاجات ديت if there's a dispute between one party or another. Okay, and really the main criteria or the main consideration that the commercial court takes into account when they decide on a decision is that they ask themselves a very simple question: Has the consumer confused between those two trademarks or not? If the answer is yes, then the court هتحكم إن حصل infringing the trademark. If the answer is no, then مش هيحصل infringing. Which means which means that if you create a sportswear company and you put the slogan just do it on the t-shirt, المحكمة الاقتصادية, the commercial court, will definitely say that كده ممكن يحصل confusion for the customer, right, for the consumer, and therefore this will be an infringement to the trademark. اوكي. بس لو انت فتحت مثلا محل شاورما خلاص and you decide to use the slogan just do it. Okay, يعني let's say Barbar for example for some reason decides to say Barbar and then تحتيها just do it. Okay, يعني in that case the commercial court probably will not say that this is an infringement to Nike, because you have to be stupid to actually confuse between Barbar بتاع الشاورما and Nike who creates sportswear. Okay, because they are working in a totally different business. Okay, it's a totally different business. So it boils down to that at the end. So so licensing of trademarks is also a way that you can make money. And زي Emilio was saying, he's absolutely correct that one kind of licensing of the trademark that you can do is in the form of franchising. So franchising is a way that you can make money by giving other entities the right to use your logo, to use your slogan, to use your operation manual. Okay, so McDonald's مثلا اللي مفتوح في لبنان, I don't know if someone can write something in the text box or the chat box for me here. Do you know which company in Lebanon has the rights of McDonald's? I don't know the answer, so I really don't know the answer. If you know the answer, please share it with me. Okay, Emilio says Soha. What is this? Is this a company, Emilio? Or is she just a rich person or what? Okay, it's a water company. Okay. All right. You know what? I'll take your word for it. It might be, I'm not sure. Okay. All right. Nestle. Okay. I don't know the answer. Anyway, let's say company XYZ. It's a Lebanese company. Tamam. And what happened was in Humma, they went to McDonald's, and this is exactly what happened, by the way. They went to McDonald's and they said, excuse me, we would like to own the rights of McDonald's for Lebanon. And so McDonald's, what they did is that they, of course, they did a due diligence for this entity. They made sure that they have the financial and operational capacity to actually hold the strong name of McDonald's, and they look at their track record, of course. And then basically they allow them to use, they give them a franchise of their brand as McDonald's, okay? And they put certain rules and certain regulations towards the operations of the McDonald's outlets in Lebanon. And what they do is that they audit actually this every quarter, sometimes every 6 months, depends on the kind of trust level that they have. And McDonald's International is allowed to give comments and feedback and audit to this company. Okay, so Ahmed Barazi, I think he probably Googled it. He found that it's called Lebanon Fast Food SAL. Okay, probably that's the company that has the rights for McDonald's in Lebanon. Okay, وعايز اقول لكم على حاجه, and I'm just going to close by this. الموضوع ده طالع موضه دلوقتي. I don't know if you realize this or not in Lebanon, and it's definitely the case in Egypt. But in Lebanon, you probably might see حاجه زي كده, which is that you know Urbanista. Of course, you know Urbanista. I mean, my life is Urbanista. Okay, so Urbanista started off in a location, and they created a very nice model that everybody loved. They go there, healthy food, salads, drinks, nice environment, good Wi-Fi, blah blah blah, right? So they created this very successful model, people that absolutely loved it. And then what they did is that they started to franchise that model to other places across Beirut. So Apple really has one of two decisions. They can either open themselves with these different branches, or they give a license to another company to open under their name, with certain limitations and certain rules and so forth. Okay, so it's becoming a moda دلوقتي, which is that someone puts his heart and soul into a cafe, let's say. Okay, creates a strong brand, people love it, and then all he does, and he can just make money off licensing the trademark, okay, which is Malik al-Tawuq. Absolutely, Malik al-Tawuq is based on a franchising model. Malik al-Tawuq, every location has a different owner. Every location of Malik al-Tawuq has a different owner. Okay, unless of course you have exclusive rights of the trademark, that's a different story. Okay, and that's why ساعات يقول لك ايه، يقول لك ان الساندويتش in this branch طعمه اطيب من الساندويتش in another branch. Okay, because there will be some differences. Yes, there is a risk in the quality. Yeah, and there is, of course, the imposed standard, and that's why I'm saying that there's very heavy auditing that gets done. Okay, وفي companies like In-N-Out, في شركة أمريكاني, it's a burger, one of the very, very famous burger companies called In-N-Out. They actually refused to license, to give a franchise of their brand. They refused that. They said, you know what? We're not going to do that. We are not going to risk even 1% the quality of our food. Never. And therefore they actually own every single branch. But that's a risky business, to open so many branches. So companies, they like to go to the less risky business. So that's the idea. So Anna, I thought that this was important for me to share with you. This whole intellectual property thing, to talk about it more. وطبعا في حاجة اسمها trade secrets. Okay, so what is the most important trade secret, or the best well-known trade secret في العالم? What's a trade secret? It's an intellectual property that was never disclosed and never patented. What's the most? Okay, Coca-Cola, right? Coca. Yeah, Pepsi recipe definitely is a trade secret. Coca-Cola recipe is definitely a trade secret. وبعدين انتوا ناسين اهم واحده على فكره. اشهر واحده. الخلطه السريه بتاعت مين؟ Yes. الخلطه السريه بتاعت KFC, of course. Okay, we're all clearly we are all very hungry, so we can give so many examples. Yeah. الخلطة السرية بتاعت Kentucky, exact KFC. So the idea here is that, let me ask you this question: why would Coca-Cola keep its formula as a trade secret and not patent and not protect this formula? Why did they keep it as a trade secret and not patent it as Coca-Cola? Exactly, because of the expiry. That's not monopoly. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, but it's the expiry. If they decide to patent their formula, they are obliged by law to disclose this formula after 25 years. And Coca-Cola has been out there for 100 plus years. So they don't want to disclose their formula, and then بعد كده risk that a competitor just takes the formula and starts to compete. برافو عليك يا أنا. Exactly. Okay. فطبعا اللي بيشتغل في كوكاكولا هتلاقي there is a hand, 5 people who actually know this formula. طبعا انتوا متخيلين بقى كمية الagreements that are signed عاملة ازاي. حاجة بقى رهيبة جدا يعني. Okay, so and you cannot, if you leave us, you cannot work in any other place unless after 10 years, and it cannot be our competitor كده يعني, you know. And طبعا you take tons of money يعني for this. Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point, Ahmed. It's a risk. They put it in a black box. But possibly. I don't know the numbers, Ahmed. I don't know if they are 2 people or 3 people. I don't have that information. But definitely, أنا زي ما بقول لك يعني هم على قد الإيد الواحدة. No more than 5 people. Okay, that's the point. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to tell you the 8th type of way that I can make money is through licensing. You understand? And I wanted to actually tell you more about this licensing tool because it is definitely a very good way for you as a researcher to consider commercializing your technology في الآخر, okay? And tomorrow when we talk about how you do evaluation to your technology, we can talk a little bit more about the kind of negotiations, practical negotiation, because I've done that myself and I've done it on behalf of other researchers in the United States, in Canada, and in Egypt. So I negotiated on their behalf with companies when it came to licensing some of these technologies. So I can give you some tips and I can answer any questions that you might have about this. Okay, but you definitely have to do the evaluation first, just to get a feeling of how much, how valuable is really your technology. Okay, excellent. So conclusion out of this section before we go into the digital marketing. Under tab number 3 in your Google Sheet, you will find a tab called the business model. خلاص? You're going to click on the business model and you will find 2 sections. One section that talks about revenue streams and one section that talks about partnerships. I want you to fill in, not now, because I just عايز بس احرك الدنيا شويه, because you're taking notes now, which I'm very happy. Okay, but just to wait for a little bit. I want you to fill in the part about the revenue streams, please. We have memberships and subscriptions, one-time transaction. You have the slides. One-time transaction, making money off the complementary products and complementary services, making money off the usage model. And I gave you the example of the machine that converts agri-waste to biofertilizers. You can make money off renting your product. You can make money off advertisement, and I even gave the example of what happened with the ATM recycling machine in Egypt. You can make money from a brokerage model if you're able to, and definitely you can make money off licensing of your protected and patented technology. Okay, excellent. Right. Let me skip this part. I mean, we can. This is just just more information talking about that. Definitely, when you're communicating, because when you're negotiating and communicating with the outside world about your technology, even with Beratech, actually, يعني طبعا Beratech دول حبايبي يعني كلهم. بس any kind of external party that you are going to be disclosing, your أفكارك or your patent or your project or whatever, there needs to be some kind of a non-disclosure agreement that is signed by the party who will have access about your ideas and about your projects and about everything. Okay, so that is very important. Okay, so that's really what I meant here. And my recommendation is that from now on, any kind of document that you share externally outside your group of researchers or outside of university, to label it as confidential. Just say this is just say confidential, because even if it is difficult, even if it's impossible for you to totally eliminate any kind of copying of أفكارك, at least you just make it a little bit more difficult وتخوفهم شوية with this non-disclosure agreements. Okay, so that's really what it is. And la qaddar Allah, if it turns out that this party or this person incorrectly and illegally and unethically copied something from your side, you have something to prove that this person either signed a non-disclosure agreement or has received a document from your side where you put the word confidential on it and the word copyrighted on it. Okay, احموا نفسكم. يعني the conclusion is please protect yourself. All right, that's the conclusion. All right, طيب, let me pause here and let's go a conclusion عشان برضو very concise. The conclusion here is that you need to please fill in the section under revenue streams في التاب اللي اسمها the business model. Is this clear to everyone? خلاص? Does anybody have any questions about this part? Any questions, or is this very clear to everyone? Can you give me thumbs up? Can you give me hello? Can you give me any? Yeah. Okay.
It's
Ahmed,
clear. Thank you.
Ahmed literally gave me a hello. Okay. Thank you, Ahmed. And Christelle gave me a hello. Christelle, you have to give them the $10, please. Okay. All right. Okay, excellent. So let's go straight into a very important component now that has to do with market validation. خلي بالكم من حاجة. We were discussing the first pillar that has to do with the market, and we talked about you need to identify the segments that you want to be serving. Okay. Now the reason why we do this kind of preliminary market validation is that I want to get a little bit of confidence about whether I have been able to select the right segment or not. How big is that segment? Okay. And to get confidence in whether there is indeed demand for my product in the market or not. صح؟ I don't want to be wasting my time on a project, right? And then realize after that very, very few people are going to buy this product, or that my product does not have the features that people want to see, and therefore they're not going to buy that product. فأنا من الأول خالص I want to do some kind of very preliminary check على الماركت عامل ازاي. Now I want just to say a word of caution. Okay, this is not a silver bullet. خلاص, this is not a silver bullet. It's not اللي هو I'm going to do what Dr. Mohab explained to me, and خلاص, if I see the nice results from the digital channels, that automatically means that my product is going to be successful. No. Okay, you still need to do proper primary research, which is, to talk to the people, test the market, create some kind of a minimum viable product and test it. You need to do all that. But what I'm going to show you now is that there is something that you can do very, very preliminary, like a quick health check, to see whether your product has a good level of attractiveness in the market or not. So it's a preliminary thing that you can do in 2 or 3 hours very quickly, okay, to get that feeling. And then you can spend obviously more time to do more of kind of validation of the client and validation of the market, which we can talk about it on a different level. Okay, time. The way that we're going to be, so I'm going to stop sharing here, and I'm going to go to another presentation that Tala has actually shared with you. Tala, would you like to say a couple of words about where you put this presentation for the digital market validation, please?
Hi, Mohab. Sure. Guys, I'm going to share the link now on the chat. I added it in the general documents folder in the Google Drive link that you've been using. So you can access it there and download it if you want, or if not, I will share the link right now so that you can directly go to it. So here it is.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, I just want to welcome my colleague Marwan Tariq. Marwan, do you want to put your camera on and say hi to everyone?
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I cannot start the camera. The host has to let me, has to allow me to open the camera. But I'm really happy to be here today and talk to you guys. I've read most of the business concepts and the products and the ideas, and I'm really, really excited about them. And I'm gonna walk through them, through some of them, and do some validation exercises. And I'm really happy to show you what we guys have in our minds.
Thank you, Marwan. Marwan, if you want to actually come to the room next to me, Marwan is in the, because I think your internet connection can be slightly jittery.
Sure.
So we're actually in the office right now.
Give me a minute.
That's why I'm saying to come. Okay. All right. Okay, excellent. So thank you, Marwan. Let's go straight into the part related to the market intelligence. Now, the concept is fairly simple. Okay, so you all see my screen. The concept is fairly simple. These slides, you have it. The concept is that if you are talking about any kind of business concept or business opportunity that you want to introduce to the market, you would probably like to get some kind of initial validation, market validation of whether this thing is going to be successful or not. The way that we're going to do this is that we're going to follow, again, a structured approach similar to the one that we have been using so far as part of a business opportunity map. Market pillar, offering pillar, business model pillar, and then there's going to be بعد كده the delivery and the infrastructure pillar or the production pillar. So each one of these pillars زي ما انتم شايفين, okay, market, offering, or business model, or delivery, okay, each one of those has the components that you are all accustomed to. So in market, we had the tech trends, non-tech trends, behavioral trends, needs, and segments. In offering, we had the standalone value, we had the complementary products. Maybe we didn't do the packaging, but let's put that aside for a second. We talked about revenue streams, which related to price, and partnerships, which we'll do later on. And the delivery, we have the channels part. Now, what you could do is that using certain public tools, such as Google and Facebook, okay, you can actually be able to test a few things that relate to the market, relate to the offering, and relate to the business model. What are these things? These things are written here. You can, as an output, you can use these tools to understand better market trends. You can understand potential demand. You can understand market size. You can understand customers' interests. Who are your customers? What are they interested in? You can understand geographical distribution. So are you talking about in Lebanon or regionally? And even sometimes go Lebanon نفسها. Are you talking about Beirut? Are you talking about Trablus, or Saida, and so forth? It can also give you things about حاجات ليها علاقة بالlanguage that your customers speak and the social class of your target customer. On the other hand, في offering, we can do actually an offering validation, and we'll do that مع بعض. And في business model, هنتعلم how can we do موضوع partnerships. Okay? Let's take them at a time. Okay? Now, first of all, I want to put a very clear disclaimer for everyone. When you want to do a market validation, right, you can do it in one of two ways. You can do it what we call the passive way, or phase 1, preliminary, or you can do it the active way, which is the phase 2 validation campaigns. The difference between both of them is that phase 2, which is the validation campaigns, you actually have to run the campaigns yourself. فاهمين ازاي؟ You actually have to run campaigns, you have to run ads about your product and about your service, and then based on the level of interaction that you get from different people and from your different customers and from different profiles of people, you can get a good sense of whether they like certain things or they dislike certain things about your product. Okay, and so we're not going to do phase 2 because it requires actually designing the campaigns, running the campaigns, paying for the campaigns, analyzing the campaigns. It's a different ball game. So what we're going to be focusing on is phase 1, and it's still not bad. It's pretty good, which is the preliminary intelligence, which is something that you can extract from Facebook and from Google without actually running campaigns. تمام? So just to confirm, the kind of thing that we are going to be trying to do in our preliminary intelligence, which we're going to be doing مع بعض, is that we're going to try to see how can we estimate potential market size, trends analysis, demographics, geographic competition, maybe not competition too much يعني, potential partners for sure, potential market demand, interest, وهكذا. That's what we're going to do. Okay? Now, I want you to understand one thing. When you are trying to test your product, there are typically two ways that you can do something like that. You can either test your product directly, or you can test the product indirectly. Let me explain what that means. Let's say انك انت عايز تبيع, let's say some kind of a date bar. يعني شوكولاتة يعني مثلا معمولة من التمر, معمولة من البلح يعني, okay, من التمر. It's a date bar. Now, and you want to test the demand for something like this. If you test the demand of a date bar on its own, that's fine. But so the other things that you also want to test is you want to test things that have to do with the appetite of people towards nutrition bars. صح? You want to test the appetite for people about healthy products. صح? You understand? So what you need to do in Akinta, you need to not only test your direct product, but also test what we call the indirect determinants of your product. معايا؟ فاهمين ازاي؟ this is very important برضه. وممكن يكون في حاجات, ممكن تبقى في بعض الحاجات that you're testing is in positive correlation. We're all scientists, so I can start using these words now. You can either find something that is in positive correlation with the direct, the main product that I want to test, or it could be in negative correlation with the product that I want to test. So, for example, if I see that there is a rise in fast food, I mean, that's not a good sign when I'm talking about introducing some kind of nutritious, healthy snack. I mean, that would be considered as being a negative correlation. Okay? One of the things that we're going to be doing in انك لازم تعمل some kind of a planning exercise على الحاجة that you want to actually test in the market. And I'm gonna show you like a nice frame في الآخر that you can actually use. Please comment if you have any questions. And just we can see, I know Marwan, we can see your hand raising لو في عندكم أي سؤال. Okay. Now let's go straight back. Let's go straight. Now, as far as the market is concerned, okay, احنا هنقيس وهنقيس النيدز وهنقيس السيجمنت, صح؟ Those are the three main components that I want to test about the market. Okay, fine. Now, to do that, so we want to test the trends related to the business, who is the ideal customer, and what are the needs of the customer. To do that, في مجموعة من التولز that we can use for that. The first tool is called Google Trends. It's a public tool that Marwan is actually going to do a very quick demo for it. What this Google Trends does is that it shows you what is the trend of certain keywords in Lebanon and outside of Lebanon. Okay, is it going up? Is it going down? Is it steady? فاهمين ازاي؟ So for example, when we did this exercise for a new technology trend such as virtual reality, we were thinking of introducing this to the market in a certain form. So we wanted to see is this something that is going up in Egypt these days or not? We actually found that there's more or less a rising trend in the consumption of virtual reality in Egypt. And for us, this was a good sign because that means that we are on the right path. Right? By the way, this data is extracted from the Google searches itself, but also it is extracted from the interests of the people who are logged in with their Gmail accounts at the time of searching. فاهمين ازاي؟ يعني انت دلوقتي ممكن تبقى فاتح كروم, صح؟ And you're logged in with your Gmail account. So what's happening, surprise, surprise, that every time you search على Google, okay, Google is associating this search keyword with you as a profile because you have you have a Gmail and you're logged in. ومش بس كده, when you actually وانت فاتح الجيميل account بتاعك دخلت على other pages that talk about other topics, also Google actually tracks these kind of things, and then this is why they show you this kind of data. Can show you this kind of data. So yes, you are being spied on, if that's your question. Yes, you are being spied on. Okay, but you're being spied on willingly and very happy and with a big smile on your face. So let's just live with that. Okay, so this is the Google Trends part. One of the things برضو in Google Trends you can compare between two different trends. It doesn't have to be one trend. So here مثلا for example, I'm able to compare between fast food and healthy food. I can compare them against one another. Okay. Interestingly enough, in certain parts of the world, the fast food actually is going at a higher trend than the healthy food, despite what we all believe, that more and more people are Googling, searching, calling KFC and McDonald's for them to be served. Okay, بشكل كبير جدا في الفترة, and we think that because people, they are just so impatient, and they are, life is so fast. People, not the people, they're not cooking. They just, they tend to go to this fast food. So the point here is that you actually can compare between two different trends. Okay, and sometimes what Google Trends shows you is sometimes there are certain cyclical times where it actually tells you the best time to actually sell a certain product. So, for example, if you look at the trends of flowers, where do you think the peak is going to be? Right, so you're going to start to see a very big peak around around what, sorry?
Mother's Day.
Mother's Day
and Valentine's.
Yes, you'll probably see two spikes, one in Valentine's Day and one around the Mother's Day. Exactly, that's exactly what you're gonna see. You're gonna start to see. Okay, when you're looking at things like things like buying stationery, you would find it during August and September, which is go back to school. You would find a spike there too. So one of the things that Google Trends does, that it also shows you the timing of when people actually search for certain things. So it gives you an indication of whether this is the right time to market your product or to actually introduce your product to the market. Okay. Very good. The other thing, Bardo, that you can also test here are things like behavioral trends. Bardo, if you're able to test مثلا حاجات زي e-commerce مثلا. Let's say that you want to introduce some kind of an e-commerce service, and you're not really sure whether you should do something like this or not. What you can do is, of course, you can look into the trends of e-commerce, but you can also look into the determinants of e-commerce. So e-commerce, for example, has many determinants. في حاجات ليها علاقة مثلا بالcredit card usage. في حاجات ليها علاقة ب online users. في حاجات ليها علاقة ب shopping malls and searches for shopping malls. معايا؟ So if you see, for example, a rise in credit card usage, and you see an increase in online users, and if you see that less people are searching for حاجات في shopping malls, and they are going into more of the online stores of certain companies, then probably all those together will give you kind of a good feeling that probably e-commerce is going up. It's not an equation, خلي بالكم. It's not an equation. I know that how tempting scientists like to use equations, but it's not an equation. It's not a yes or no. It's a feeling. It's a gut feeling. It's what you see when you observe different things, positive correlations and negative correlations. This is when you have a good feeling, good feeling about that. And that's really what business is all about. Okay, so you can do that too. Okay, so Marwan, would you like to let me stop sharing my screen? Okay, and maybe Marwan, if you can actually share your screen, go to actually show our good friends in Lebanon. How can you go to googletrends.com, and what kind of really cool features can you use?
Sure. I shared my screen. Tell me if you can see it clearly. So I've said trends.google.com is one of Google tools that mainly analyzes the clarity of some search queries across various locations and across all languages. It's free and accessible tool for all. So here is the feed where I can insert whatever search term or topic I want. For the sake of this exercise, we will assume that our concept is making natural products from fruit peels or making natural cosmetics or natural colors or natural food additives from fruits. Okay. So, for example, if I say I'm going to search for food recycling here in this tab, I get to see here the curve that Mohab explained. Here is the relative scores, and here's the time frame. I can choose whatever time frame I want. If I want to see the trend in the past 12 months, or even in the past 5 years, or whatever. And I also get to choose the country that I want to see the trend in, or even worldwide. So as we can see here, for the past year, the trend for food recycling has been steady. ما اتغيرتش قوي. يعني هنا في اول السنه كانت في الستينات، وبرده في الاواخر عليت شويه لكن ما عليتش قوي. لكن تحت هقدر اشوف هنا التوب كونتريز اللي بتسيرش فور فود ريسايكلينج. اقدر اشوف ان يو كي مهتمه جدا، سنغافوره مهتمه جدا، ساوث افريكا، نيوزيلاند واستراليا. تحت كمان هيوريني التوب توبكس او كويريز اللي الناس بتسيرش فور ات when they are searching for this topic. يعني لما الناس بتسيرش فور فود ريسايكلينج بتسيرش كمان فور بليت، بتسيرش فور تن، بتسيرش فور سستينابيلتي، لاندفيل، فود تراك، وهكذا. مش ان انا ادور على البرودكت. Yes, please.
Marwan, can I just add something? Could you make, بدل ما you can make it past 12 months, can you do it the past 5 years, please?
Of course.
So here it shows a little bit of an upward trend. So you need, because when you're talking about things like that are slow in changing بالشكل دوت تمام, you would actually see a very nice you can see kind of an upward trend in the interest of people for recycling. This is because it's a steady going up. If you do COVID-19 or Corona or things like that, you will actually see a huge spike. You can do it yourselves at home. واخدين بالكم? If you because this is something that happened all of a sudden. Okay, can you go down, Marwan, please? I just want to add something. Definitely, different countries. Which one has the highest volume of searches regarding this kind of keyword that you've chosen? The related topics are very important too. The related topics are important too because it also are also being searched for under this topic that we have chosen, which is the food recycling. So it gives you bardo some kind of a feeling of what other type of trends that you should also explore and which also would be of interest to you. Okay, Marwan, do you want to add something else here? Or?
Yeah, sure. I could also try using other concepts or searching for other concepts that are close to my concept. Like if I search for healthy food, let's say for the past year, as you can see here, there's a major drop. I think because of the quarantine, people eat anything they put in their mouth, and they're not really concerned about healthy food. But we can see here the trend is changing. If we see here for the past 5 years, هنشوف برضو ان في certain spikes ان الناس اهتمامها بيزيد، وان الفتره دي هي اعلى فتره في اخر 5 سنين. في اول السنه في اخر السنه اللي فاتت اعلى فتره كان فيها اهتمام بموضوع الهيلثي فود. طب لو عايز اشوف حاجه مخصوص للبنان ممكن اجرب ايه؟ ممكن اجرب اختار من الكونتريز هنا لبنان واشوف الترند عامل ازاي. الترند ممكن ما يبقاش واضح قوي، لكن انا ممكن اشوف كمان المدن اللي بتدور. يعني بيروت اكتر مدينه بتدور على الهيلثي فود، بعديها الساوث، بعديها ماونت لبنان زي ما احنا شايفين هنا.
Marwan, if I can just add to that, I want you both to all understand that sometimes there are certain keywords where the trend is not very clear. It's kind of steady and it will not be very valuable. And I'm not saying that everything will be absolutely valuable. That's what Marwan was saying تحت. And here it gives you, can you go down, Marwan, please?
Yes.
That it's clearly showing here which part are the most for this particular topic. فقيس على كده بقى all the different keywords that you can imagine for your project. Very good. Anything else that you would like to? Marwan, are you able to search for in كلمات بالعربي ولا does it have
Yes,
to be
I was just thinking about doing that. لو جربت مثلا اكتب هنا مواد طبيعية بالعربي. مواد طبيعية. ممكن ما نلاقيش في لبنان لكن ممكن نلاقي فورد وايد. عادي جدا ان انا نلاقي ان مفيش enough data ان جوجل ما يعرفش يجمع enough data. It's okay. ساعتها هحتاج بس اشوف لو other countries او other time frames هتطلع لي trend. بعدين نشوف اخر سنة ممكن تطلع لي trend.
So the point here is that the point, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Marwan. Nice.
We can see that the interest over time is increasing. It started في اول سنه اللي في اول السنه دي من تحت 50 ودلوقتي هي وصلت ل 70. فده يقول ان في فرصه كبيره قوي ان الناس مهتمه حاليا بالمواد الطبيعيه ان احنا ممكن يبقى الماركت مهتم بالكونسبت ده. ممكن كمان اجرب بالفعل بتاعي زي راستي. لكن لو قلنا مثلا ان احنا ممكن نختار حاجه. This is how you spell cosmetic in French, right? Am I right?
French speaking. Can you help?
French speakers, can you please help us?
COSMETIC.
Okay, COSMEMETIC. Is that it?
No, TIQUE.
QE. Okay. Cosmetic. Perfect. As you can see here, of course, the top countries that research into this trend are the countries that mainly speak French. Countries in Africa that speak French, and also you can see here that the trend also was rising towards the end of the year. So the point is that you can search in any language you want. You can search in multiple locations, and you can search in any time frame you want. So there are no limitations, but the thing is that you don't have to stick to a certain concept or certain keywords. You have to be creative and use different keywords to get the intelligence or the insights you want to know about the market.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shorwan, for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Very good. So it is your role to تدعبسوا انتوا بقى. Okay, we just gave you the leads. انتوا بقى تخشوا على trends.google.com وتلعبوا زي ما انتوا عايزين. You see that this thing can be pretty cool. تمام. You're such a scientist. Okay, no, I'm kidding with you. The y-axis is it's relative. It's relative. It's not. It's everything. It's like normal. It's a normalized data. Normalized data from 0 to 100. Okay, because we're interested in the trend. Okay, that's why the normalized data would work here. Is that clear, Heba? We will. Okay, the answer to this question, you will get it in exactly 10 minutes, Heba, because we're going to do the AdWords. So give me 10 minutes and you will get the actual data. حاضر حالا. Okay, excellent. Can you please exit your screen?
حالا. بس حاليا الانترنت علق السيجا.
Really? Okay. لسه شوية. There you go. Okay, excellent. Now let's go to the next part. Type. The next part is called is what Hiba was asking for, which is called the Google Keyword Planner. Okay. Now الموضوع باختصار إن Google actually tracks the number of searches and the kind of searches every single human being does using its search engine. خلاص? And not only that, Google actually knows who you are and what are you searching for. Okay, so you have to be careful from now on. So it's very important. It's very important that you are able to actually use Google Keyword Planner. Okay, to extract some valuable information about the number of searches, monthly searches regarding certain products or certain brands or certain everything. So you can actually do that very, very well. Okay, so let's actually do this together. Another point that I want to mention to you, that there's another tool called SEMrush that Marwan will also walk you through it. Well, they do the same thing. Okay, you can use one over the other. So the data that is extracted from the Google searches is aggregated also by SEMrush. So you can use one over the other. We will do both of them for you, and you can pick whatever one that you wish. Okay, right. Please make sure that when you are introducing a new product in the market, and you expect that people are not going to be searching for the exact word of what you are introducing. صح؟ يعني for example, our good friends, since Hiba is raising her hand, يعني, if you look for polyphenol products, if you're a consumer, would you ever search for polyphenol products? أكيد the answer is no. صح؟ إنما أنا as a consumer, what am I going to be searching for? I'm going to be searching for other indirect determinants. صح؟ زي for example healthy products, anti-cortigenic products, antioxidant products, مش عارف natural products, flavors, you know, so many, exactly. Bravo عليك. You get my point. So when you talk about, so if you create something like a date bar, I'll tell you actually a funny story about this in a second. If you search for, you're looking for date bar, testing date bars, right? If you test only the word date bar, you will not get a lot of results. صح؟ إنما if you look for nutrition bar, healthy snacks, pre-workout workout snack, post-workout snack, protein bars, gym snacks, natural protein bars, كل دول are things that you need to know how strong is the demand عليهم. Because if you find strong demand على الحاجات اللي على الشمال ديت, the ones on the left, probably this will give you a very good feeling that your date bar probably would be acceptable and demanded in the market. واضحة؟ So you need to do both. You need to do the direct and the indirect. Okay, أنا يعني just النكتة أو هي مش نكتة يعني هو it actually happened يعني. Marwan probably doesn't know that because we did that a couple of years ago, that when we were looking على Google to see how many searches على date bars, and then all of a sudden we found in هما they're like 1 billion searches or 2 billion searches worldwide. And for me this was striking. How can you possibly have 1 billion searches for something like a date bar? And then I realized that Google was translating it date bar as in date bar, date as in two people dating together, and bar as in bar. So you have to be careful شوية. You have to be careful شوية about making sure that you're getting results for the real things. Okay. Enough of the jokes. So keyword planner, what it does, that it helps you define your market needs. It tells you the relevant keywords to your offering, defines your location and language. And this is what Marwan will show you. And here, for example, if you look at date bars, and in Egypt, مثلا, date bars, you would only find 10 monthly searches. Worldwide, you would find 5,400 searches monthly. However, look what happens when you actually change the determinants that you are searching for. It makes a huge difference. Healthy snacks, 368,000. Healthy foods, nutrition snacks, gym snacks, healthy meals. Okay, so your idea is you need to identify what these determinants are. I'm going to show you the framework and so that you can actually be able to search for those as well. واضحة كده الفكرة؟ يلا مروان, can you please walk us through Google keyword planner and to show us how can we help our friends and the polyphenol extracts to search for some of the keywords that they want. Sure.
So here's Google AdWords. Right here, I get to choose the language what I want to search in. So I'm gonna choose English, and then I can choose the countries that I want to search in, the location that I want to target. So I'm gonna choose Lebanon country.
So what we'll do, Marwan, is that we would like to also share, if you can just send like a small also email to our friends at BetterTech, just saying if you want to access Google Trends, which link you go to, and if you want to access the Google Keyword Planner, which link they can go to. Okay, so just make it easier for everyone.
Of course. So I'm gonna target several countries in the MENA region, and then test the demand on the concept we discussed, the one with natural products and the food extracts. So I said Egypt, Jordan, so we could say United Arab Emirates, and so on. You get the picture.
So you can add as many countries as you want.
Up to 20 countries. Yes.
Up to 20 countries. Okay, so you can add the countries that you're interested to see the data about. Okay, so you don't have to do it each one of them separately. You can just put them together, and then here you actually type what exactly do you want to the keywords.
So I'm gonna try a couple of keywords related to this concept of natural, cosmetics, natural.
And you can write different keywords in the same line. You don't have to search one keyword by its own. So
exactly, like we can write fruit extracts.
Can you do something in Arabic also, Marwan, also here? Or
the trick is that when you search in English, the probability that you will get accurate results for whatever you searched in another language is not really high, but you can still try.
That's okay. Going.
Excuse me, I'm trying to log in to Google Ads and it's asking me to sign in and then to confirm my business information with the billing country.
Yes, Google Ads is a free tool. Yet you have to register your credit card to access the planner. Yet it will not charge you for anything in regards to the planning of the words.
Okay, thank you. I'll do it.
Let me also just say something here, Marwan, بعد إذنك. So we have two options, guys. Option one, that you can use the Google Ads Keyword Planner, and you just need to register there, okay, and then use it as you want, okay. And I assure you that they will not. There's no. This is free, 100% free, okay. If you're still not super comfortable, you can use SEMrush, because SEMrush does not require it has certain limitations, but it does not require your credit card.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Keep going.
It limits to like I think 10 searches per day, yeah, but it does not require any credit card restrictions. So here, after I search for those keywords, I can see that the average monthly searches for each product is here 100 to 1K, 100 to 1K, 10 to 100. So I would like to add them to my plan, and then the good thing about is that it suggest other keywords that might be similar to mine. So I can see here that there are several things about extracts, vanilla extracts, vanilla essence, pure. I think pure is with us. Natural food
So
coloring.
this is very. So if I may, Marwan, this is very important, guys. This is very important because Google will actually tell you that when you are searching for certain keywords, what other keywords are people also looking for? What other things are people caring about? You understand? So this could be very enlightening for you, and therefore you can also add these other keywords that are that have very good relevance. You can test it and think and even see some of the characteristics that people really care about.
After adding them to my plan, I can go to plan overview. Here I can see that something like منتجات طبيعية we gets on monthly 2,583 impressions, while natural products gets only 224, natural food coloring 126. So I can see then an estimate of the monthly demand on each of those concepts, and I can also here see the locations that search most for such concepts, like Saudi Arabia. 89% of the searches come from Saudi Arabia. After them, Emirates. After them, Egypt, Oman, Lebanon, وهكذا. I can also see where do they use what devices do they use when they do those searches. Most of them use mobile phones, as we can see. So that gives us a good insight on how we could integrate our communication through such devices to reach our target audience, our target customers, and so on. Also, here we can see that the trend for the search for those concepts will rise in the next year. So that's also a good indicator that there is a good demand for those concepts.
So Google here is actually allows you does based on historical data and doing some extrapolations. Can you go down, Marwan, for a second?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I just want to see this. So they can actually go up. I want to see the
sure.
Yes, thank you. They forecast for you. They forecast that this is going to be an upward trend or not. So this is pretty cool, actually, right? Because in Google Trends, it is purely about historical data, right? Here they can do a little bit of predictions into the future. Good.
So that's it. Any questions?
All right. So it just to add to this, what Marwan was saying is that it's good to have a good understanding of the searches for certain products. It gives you a feeling of the demand. Is there any other information? You can try in French, you can try in English, you can try in Arabic. These are different keywords that your people will be using. So you really have to تبصوا على كل واحدة فيهم طبعا لبنان and other countries that you think you would be interested to sell فيها. Egypt, for example, is a big market, to be honest with you. And some of the projects that I see in front of me here, okay, actually I see a lot of it can actually apply very nicely in Egypt مثلا يعني. But طبعا again it depends on your preference and your business decisions.
Moving
okay.
SMErush.
Can you go to SEMrush, please? Yes.
SMErush gives deeper insights to the keywords that and the demand on them. So if I type here, for example, natural cosmetics. Oops. I'm sorry. I think there's a problem with the registrations. I think we're out of for our searches, but whatever. If we go back to the previous page.
So SMErush gives you, although because it is free and you don't need to do any registration, Okay, you have up to, I think, 10 searches, Marwan, is it?
Yes, 10 searches per day.
Per day.
When I searched grapes, it gave me the volume in this country, which is US. The difficulty of ranking high in this word, it's 80%, 86% different, difficult because of the high demand on this word. And other countries that also have high demand on this concept, that trend through the different months on this word. Also, we can see here other keywords that is associated with the grapes, cotton candy grapes, what's eating kilby grape, can dog eat grapes, and so on. So SME Rush gives me a deeper insight and deeper indicators of the demand on whatever concepts I want to validate.
Type Marwan, can you go up? I just want to just highlight a few things. If can you just go up to the تحول SEM. زي ما انتم شايفين ان كنتوا طبعا you can pick the country that you're interested in. The keywords up there, you write down all the keywords that you want to see. You can see the global demand, but also specifically to the country that you're interested in. Right? Can you go down, please, Marwan?
Sure.
Yeah, and here this is very important, guys, which is the different types of keyword variations. So if someone is basically searching for a certain keyword, these are different variations that people are using to search for similar to that keyword or related to that keyword. So this also can give you some very good insights as to maybe grapes is not the best example in the world, but it seems here that people are looking for cotton candy with a grapes flavor. So maybe the group who is doing the polyphenol extracts, maybe they would add the cotton candy, not only popcorn, to some of the things that they would consider. That's just an example. So you play with this, okay? You play with this and you تجربوا different keywords in English, in French, in Arabic, okay? And you see what kind of results are going out of this, okay? Any questions? Okay, thank you, Marwan. If you can remove the share, please.
Do we find tutorials? Can we find online tutorials to use these platforms or not? I'm trying to.
100%. 100%. Anna, what I will do is that I'm going to do two things. I'm going to send you a YouTube video, okay, that talks about how to use these platforms. That's number one. And number two, Marwan, I actually have that. That's okay. If just Tala can remind me, I'll send you a YouTube link that explains all the three tools very well and how to use them. I'm sure that you can find other things also on YouTube, but I'll send you the one that I have that was actually developed by one of our colleagues here at Innovative. Okay? تمام يا هبة? Okay? Okay. Fantastic. Now let's go to the next. Oh, actually, more or less. The last tool. So we talked about Google Trends. We talked about Google Keyword Planner. The last thing that we're going to talk about is Facebook Audience Insights. Okay, so we all have Facebook. So you would all be able to do حاجة زي كده. Now what Facebook Audience Insights does is that it allows you it allows you to actually know a lot of data related to the number of people who are interested in certain things, the demographics of people, the locations of the people, and other things. And you can use that actually primarily, of course, to test for B2C. Facebook is a B2C platform, but there's also some things that you can also do from a B2B perspective. Now, I want you to understand one thing which is very important. Where does Facebook get its data? where does Facebook get this data? First of all, it comes from the user. There's some data that comes from the user. So at the time of registration to Facebook, you have definitely provided some inputs. So you provided, for example, your gender type. Some of you have provided your marital status, your birthday, your where you work, where you, okay. So what Facebook does is that it profiles every person, okay. So that Facebook is able to do different types of segmentation to its community according to the profiles of those people, okay. Now, the interesting thing here is that Facebook data does not only come from the users, it actually also comes from, they actually track you. So they actually have cookies, right? When you have Facebook opened, they actually track the kind of websites that you actually go to based on interests. So you know the kind of interest that you like, right? And that's how, by the way, they strengthen the profile of the users, because sometimes users, they lie in their user input, but Facebook actually couples that with tracked data from what this person does. And if there is a very strong disconnect between الاثنين, then it immediately can actually this allows or discontinues this data from being used by people like us who are doing market research. So for example, لو راجل مثلا، لو حد قال على نفسه ان هو راجل، okay, and then it turns out that this guy is searching or is watching or is watching any kind of pages related to women like crazy, you know, children, pregnant women, ما اعرفش ايه يعني, okay. For Facebook, this is alarming for Facebook because it says that there is a disconnect between the information that the user provided and between what this person is actually doing, and therefore it just discredits this particular data point from being used by market researchers like us, and of course when people want to do actually campaigns about it. Okay. Right. What does Facebook do? بتعمل حاجات كتيرة. But before you use this tool, okay, there are certain things that Marwan is going to show you now that you have to identify. You need to define who your target segment is. And that is why, that is why I asked you yesterday to define your B2C and B2B segments very clearly. Because you're going to take that information and you're going to actually input it as Facebook audience insights, okay, to understand حاجات مختلفة about this target segment that you want to focus on. تمام؟ فهتدخل حاجات ليها علاقة بالبروفايلز بتاعت الناس, demographics, interests, behavior, education, blah blah blah. Okay, and then Facebook بيطلع لك بقى شوية statistics about the distribution of gender, age, of the age and gender of the target segment that you are focusing on. It also gives you information about these people that you are targeting. تمام? What kind of jobs are they working in? تمام? Well, most importantly بالنسبة لي, it actually tells you الناس اللي انت عايز تعمل لهم targeting دول, what kind of pages do they like? This is very important information because we're going to see in a few minutes that from this you can extract some very useful information about what the target segment that you want to target, what do they like and what are they interested in. Right? In addition, it gives you information down to the city level. So it can tell you the segment that you are focusing on, تمام? Do they come primarily from which city? Beirut, Tarablos, okay? It gives you that breakdown. So that also can give you a good indication of where to start. Okay, so if you go to example okay, so maybe, okay, so I'll pause here and then I'll ask Marwan to actually open Facebook Audience Insights, go through it, and then I'll comment on a few things that I just I wanted to show you in a second. I'll stop my sharing here. Marwan, please take us through the wonderful world of Facebook Audience Insights.
Okay, so Facebook audience is a very good tool if you want to target B2C and understand your target market. Here are the filters that Mohab just explained. You go to every filter and choose the filter that best suits your concept or your idea. So for the location, I'm gonna choose.
So Marwan.
Yes.
Before you choose Lebanon.
Yes.
You see, you all see 1 billion people. Can you see the 1B people? More than 1B people, guys? Yes? You see it, everyone. There's that 1B people. That basically tells you this is the total number of people on Facebook in the world. Any kind of demographics. And as it is right now, 56% of those people who are on Facebook are men, 44% are women. And can you go down, Marwan? And out of those, can you say the numbers, Marwan? Because I cannot see very well from my side.
Yes, sure. 38% of them are single, 16% are in a relationship, 4% are engaged, and 43% are married. While as for the education level, 29% are high school graduates, 60% are in university, and 5% are doing postgrad. As for the job titles, he's saying here that 15% of them are working in something in a production related job, 8% in IT, 12% in arts, 8% in installation, 22% in administrative services, and so on. So we can see here, and we could also see here the page likes, as Mohab explained. The top liked pages are Tasty. I don't know if you know Tasty or not. It's a page that shares food recipes, Will Smith, Candy Crush, and so on. And then the location. As you can see here, here's the location. He's saying where are the audiences from and
you want
where
distribution. You want to do the ordering?
So I'm gonna start by yeah, sure.
Let's just can you just make it by order, high to low?
Sure, the top countries.
طبعا واضح جدا India is number 1, which makes sense. United States, Brazil, Indonesia, Mexico, and so forth. Okay, so this gives you like the Egypt. Wow, Egypt is number 10 or something, top 10. So these are the countries that have the most Facebook users. Okay, by percentages. Okay, let's let's start going into the filtering. And you will notice that every time Marwan is going to change one of the filters, the more than 1 billion people number is going to start to change. So if he starts with Lebanon, it will immediately go down to maybe a couple of million people. Let's try that.
It became 3 million to 3.5 million people.
Okay.
And I could also add other countries like Egypt. And then the number increased to 40 million to 45 million people. And then moving on, I could choose the gender and the age.
Let's keep it Lebanon only, Marwan, Badiznak.
Sure.
Yeah. So in Lebanon, you have 2.5 to 3 million people
on Facebook.
On Facebook, but since you changed the age, that's why the number went down.
I could just make it 18 again.
Yeah. So 18 again, so it's 3 to 3.5 million people. كل ما you change the age and the gender, طبعا الأرقام دي بتتغير. Please go ahead.
Exactly. As for the interests, I can choose what feeds are my audience interested in. Like for example, food and drink. I can say food, I can say organic food, and then the number decreases. I can also add both things like health. I can also add things like sports and so on.
So what
every
you're trying to do, yeah, so
time I
what
change,
you're trying to do here is trying to zoom in, yes.
every time I change the filter, the total number of people of my audience decreases. What I'm trying to do here is list the characteristics of my target audience to make sure that I'm targeting the right audience that would suit my concept or my product or my service.
Marwan?
Yes.
I just want to say something here. When you put organic food and you put, can you just keep it organic food only?
Of course.
I just want to show them something. Sheet sports comment. So you see here, if you look at organic food by itself, okay, you're talking about 500,000. When you the more focused that you specify the interest that you're looking at, the more it makes sense to estimate your market size. But if you just put sports all together, you'll find that the number will immediately go up to 2 to 3 million. To try to be as specific as possible in your interest, not too specific, but and not too broad. Just the right sample that interest that you want to test. Please.
Sorry, just one question about. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for the interest, when it was more interest, so it was like 2.5 millions, or okay, am I wrong? Was it more when we had more interests?
Yes.
It was more.
So that means it's not intersecting all these interests.
Yes.
I mean, people having all these together.
Exactly.
Yes, it's not the intersection.
Maybe the people.
It's not the intersection. It's the union, and it's the union.
All right. Thank you.
So that's why I'm saying that try to be as specific as possible when you are entering the interest. Don't just say health. Don't use the word health, because health, it will give you a huge number. Just be very specific about what you're looking at. Okay.
So moving on, I get to choose what pages are my target audience connected to. I could also choose the language they're speaking, their relationship status, their education. I'm gonna choose singer. I can choose university. So as I choose, you see here the numbers change, and it becomes less when my filters are too specific. I can also here choose their job titles, if they're working in agriculture, for example, or administrative or whatever. Here are the lists. I can choose business and finance, for example. I can choose, and so on.
Yeah, very good.
And then the market segments here. This is specific for the US. The different ethnic groups there. If they are parents, if they have children, and the major life events, if they moved away from their families, if they moved away from their hometown, if they got a new job, a relationship, or recently moved, or they have their birthday coming, and so on. So after figuring out,
Marwan.
Yes.
I just want to say something here, that the filters that have to do with whether you have 2 kids or 3 kids or so forth, this is extracted by Facebook from the kind of pictures that are that you either state it, of course, or
machine learning, exactly.
Exactly. So there's a lot of AI and machine learning that Facebook installs, and when they see that there are many pictures of a certain person with the same number of children, okay, that immediately correlates that person with being profiled as a mother or a father that has 3 children. That's how they do it. And when you're talking about people who are, if you're looking at people who are traveling a lot, Okay, Facebook also monitors the location via GPS, of course, the location of where you open your Facebook and at what time. So if I, for example, open my Facebook now in Cairo, and then after 2 hours I'm in Lebanon, for example, right? Facebook knows that I'm there. Okay, so they immediately profile me as someone who is now in Lebanon, and if they see me going back to Cairo after 3 or 4 days, they know that I'm living in Cairo, not in Lebanon, right? And they know that I'm a frequent flyer. You understand?
Exactly. That's true.
Okay, let's see about the most important information. So we have you on the left, you have to do the segmentation that you have decided to choose. Okay, اللي احنا عملناه امبارح. And then from there you see بقى some really cool insights. ايه هي الانسايتس؟ عندنا insights about the demographics of the sector that you are segment that you are focusing on. How many are women? How many are men? What is the age distribution? The relationship status of the segment that you have chosen, the educational level, and also what are these people working in? Okay, and this is very important because when you start thinking about a B2B type of service, B2B type of marketing, knowing where these people are located, that can also be a very good insight for you. Okay, it could also be a very good insight for you for the B2C, because you can start to plan. You can start to plan where would you and how would you market your offering. Okay, the second piece of insights is the page like. دي بقى مهمة جدا 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 for 2 reasons. ركزوا معايا جدا جدا جدا. Remember the complementary products and the complementary services that we were talking about? And we said that these complementary products and services, they are nice to have, but it is very important that you pick a complementary product or service that the target segment would really like and would really care about. Well, this is your opportunity to know what they like. Because if you look at the kind of top categories and the top pages that these people are liking, that can give you an indication of what kind of product can you possibly introduce as a complementary product and service. And not only that, it can identify which entity you can partner with. فاهمين يا جماعة؟ Which entity you can. So this helps you with identifying who could be your partner, but also I can give you some really nice ideas about what kind of complementary products or services you can introduce in your project. Okay, the next insight. Yes, so exactly. So you have the page. The next insight is location. Can you do it by city? Can you do it by cities? If you can do it by الكبير في الصغير. By compare Marwan from the other side, yeah.
هي دي الغالبة الكبير من الصغير.
This is the one. Okay. So maybe in this particular case, it's kind of it looks that it has an equal distribution. I mean, it's equal distribution, 1%. You don't really see the big changes. However, on the right side, it tells you this segment that you have chosen, where are they mostly located in Lebanon? Okay, so this can be very important. Top languages, I think, can be top languages. Well, yeah. So English, the segment that you're focusing on, have highlighted at the time of registration of their accounts, and also based on the kind of pages that they go into, the majority, which is actually quite surprising, the majority is English. 84% English, 12% Arabic, 1% French. Now this would be interesting also because it gives you an indication of what kind of keywords هتدخلوها على Google keyword planner in English ولا بالعربي ولا in French. That's number one. Number two, it also gives you a good indication of the kind of branding and the kind of message that you would use بعد كده to actually market your product. Okay, what kind of language should you be using? I hope that's clear. And even the choice of brand or company that you'd have. Go to activity, please. Right. So, sorry, the first one is Marwan. I cannot see.
This is the Facebook activity. How often do they like pages? They comment the posts. They like the posts. They shared the promotions redeemed and the ads clicked in the past 30 days. So this is a summarization of the Facebook activity.
And this could be quite important because we see that
for the communication.
Exactly. When you see this segment that you have chosen and you see typically what kind of activity do they have on Facebook, if you see that a lot of them, they actually share versus post versus like, this gives you an indication of the kind of activity that they have on Facebook, and therefore it gives you tells you if you're going to be running a campaign or running an ad, what things to be focusing on. Is it purely to do lead generation, or is it going to be for just increasing the engagement or branding, or for what exactly? And here, of course, you have the devices that are being used. So you can see, of course, that the majority are mobile devices, and that makes sense. So 73% are mobile. Marwan, if you can read the other ones, I can, because I...
Yes. 200% increase in the desktop and mobile usage. There are 20% of them use mobile, 73% use mobile only, 0% computers, 41% use iPhone or iPod, 57% use Android, and 2% use mobile web.
Very, very good. So that also gives you kind of an indication as to when you're trying to develop your marketing message, obviously that people are going to be using their devices for accessing Facebook, and therefore the kind of compatibility of the ads needs to be compatible with mobile devices, not only for desktops. فطبعا this is some very good insights, very good insights that you can get, and it is serving many things. So Maron, can you exit this, because I want to just, because I'm mindful about the time we have. I want to take 10 more minutes. So this is what Marwan was showing you a few minutes ago. وطبعا أنا implicitly I was explaining to you الحاجات ديت. يعني if you want to validate characteristics about your standalone value or characteristics about your complementary product, في شوية tools that you can use. For example, definitely الkeyword Google Keyword Planner هيديلك very good insights about whether the offering اللي أنت هتقدمه ده فيه demand ولا لا. ده أكيد. And it will also validate the needs of the customers. Yeah, do customers want healthy snacks? Do they want nutrition snacks, gym snacks? What do they want? Or to validate the actual offering itself, a date product, a date snack, a date meal. فهمتوا عليا? Okay. طيب. Also, we mentioned that in Facebook Audience Insights, زي ما انتم شايفين هنا, complementary value. You can know what are the kind of top categories of things that they like, whether it's websites, whether it's food, what kind of food do they eat the most that they like, the kind of clothing brands that they choose, the kind of education, a lot of very useful information. And you can think about how can you partner with some of these entities and what kind of complementary products that these people that you've chosen would care most about. And that's the part about the partners. Okay, right. Last thing that I want to show you is that in order for you to do this lovely exercise of going through Google Trends, Google Keyword Planner, and Facebook audience insights, please, 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 before you jump in وتنطوا كده في البحر, okay, just do a very simple planning exercise. A very simple planning exercise. This is موجودة في التاب, هي موجودة هنا في in this PowerPoint, but it's also موجودة في التاب which is called market validation. Okay, so go back to the Google sheet that you have, حاجة اسمها market validation. In this tab, you will see what I'm showing you right now in my PowerPoint. اللي هي ايه؟ إن there are 3 main tools. Let's just forget the LinkedIn. Let's put that aside. There are 3 main tools that you can basically use: Google Trends, Google Keyword Planner, and Facebook Audience Insights. تمام؟ Before you test the different keywords عشان تعرف to validate these different things, هنا كانت market delivery time, value complementary products, market segments and complementary products and partners. These are the things that you can validate under each one of those 3 tools. But before you actually jump and open each one of these tools, please spend half an hour doing a simple planning exercise. يعني planning exercise يعني you write down here what are the technology trends that you want to validate using Google Trends. What are similar trends that would be interesting for you to validate? What are the indirect determinants that you would like to validate using Google Trends? What are the positively correlated trends, negatively correlated trends, behavioral trends that you want to correlate? Same thing for the, I will give you an example, don't worry, okay? Same thing for the Google Keyword Planner. You need to write down what are the things that you want to know, how many people search for the similar concept, for the constituents, for the needs, some of the commercial concepts, complementary concepts. And so you try to test as many things as possible under this tool, which is the Google Keyword Planner. And you try to test as many things as possible under the Google Trends. And you try to test so many things under the Facebook Audience Insights. Type. Let's give an example so that you understand this framework. Let's take an example to understand this framework. And I will need 5 more minutes, so I'm going to be done, inshallah, at 2 p.m. sharp. Let's assume that the project that I want to do a market validation for is the product which is يعني حظكم كويس يعني the polyphenol extracts from the grape pomaces, which can act as a food additive or as a natural color. حلو كده؟ I want to do a market validation. طيب. Therefore, when I open my Google Trends, there are certain things that I want to see the trend of. I want to see the trend of food recycling in general, the antioxidants, there's an I missing here, antioxidants, fruit extraction, similar trends زي ايه؟ Healthy food, fruit peels, fruit-based products, cosmetic, no, مش عارف ايه, okay, natural, so it's too, okay, so natural cosmetics in French, right? Indirect determinants, natural products, natural colors, natural cosmetics, antioxidants, مواد طبيعية, ألوان طبيعية. Things that are positive. خلي بالكم في, there's going to be always going to be some common ground. So I don't really care about the name of this as much as that I want to make sure that I've covered as many keywords as possible, the direct ones and the indirect ones. Food waste, cosmetics, preservatives, food additives, فاهمين ازاي؟ And maybe even behavioral trends. فوائد الرمان. يعني someone بيدور على فوائد الرمان. لا تعالى. لو انت بتدور على فوائد الرمان, I will tell you ان القشرة بتاعت الرمان, okay, can be used very nicely as to extract from it polyphenol. Okay, natural products, home recycling, وهكذا. Got it? And I do the same thing for the Google Keyword Planner. نفس الحاجات. بس I add to it حاجات تانية. زي مثلا النيدز I want to know اخبار السكين كير ايه، اخبار الجرين برودكتس ايه، natural products اخبارها ايه. Okay, so you see where this is going. I don't want to wait, I don't want to spend too much time. You see where this is going. You need to give as much information as keywords, the ones that you actually want to test and to validate. And the same thing for the market segment, for the first Facebook audience insights. انت او انت حضرتك, you have already identified who is your target segment. If you are targeting something for cosmetics, then probably your target segment clearly is going to be women from a certain age to another age, possibly living in في Beirut, or maybe you can just keep it open for Lebanon for now, who have interest مثلا in beauty salon, beauty, or مثلا sports, or blah blah blah, or for example have لا قدر الله certain health problems. So you can start doing the sub-segmentation جوه your Facebook audience insights, and from there I'm sure that you can get some really interesting information. Yes, propagate peels يا انا صح بالظبط كده. بس انا خلي بالك من حاجه انا عشان بس تبقي فاهمه. Please, 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 and I say please, you know, like a million times. Okay, please put yourself in the shoes of the consumer. Don't expect انك انت تعمل search. You want to test the search of a كلمه زي polyphenol. You're not going to find anything. حتى الحاجات اللي هي زي pomegranate peels. Nobody's going to search for that. You know, nobody's going to search for that. People are think about the needs of the customer. What do people are what is the normal person? You're a scientist, so that's the normal what the normal people look for, and those will be the keywords that you put as part of your planning exercise. Okay, and once you put it for your planning exercise, then you take each and every one of those and you go through it. Okay, just for your own information, we're not going to go through it, but just for your own information. Okay, what I have done, not I, as I'm talking about Innovity, and has done, but طبعا with the excellent work by Marwan. I want to thank Marwan for your excellent work. We actually did two full examples. We did two full examples for two of the cases. We did the buy waste, and we did the PCM. Okay, not that I يعني the other ones feel left out خالص. كده you'll do it all on your own. Okay, and we did of course the planning exercise. We did the planning exercise for, sorry. We did the, where is it? There it is. And we did the planning exercise for our friends doing the polyphenol extracts. Okay, so we didn't do the market validation for the polyphenol extracts, but we did the planning, because خلي بالكم من حاجة, the planning exercise is if you do it right, you're 90% complete. فاهمين ازاي؟ يعني get that planning exercise, get this table that you see in front of you correct and proper, and then after that everything تتظبط. Does anybody have any questions? Is this clear? Give me a thumbs up, please, if everything is clear, and if you like it. Okay. Very good. Type. What I'm going to do, Marwan, if I can kindly ask you, please, to send me an email right away with the 3 links for the 3 tools, so that I can share it with Tala, our friends at Beratech, and they will also send it to everyone, so that they know where to start and they can start doing their market validation right away. Okay, so right now, Alf Mabruk, it's 2 p.m. Time actually flew, which is great. If I look at the agenda, let me just open the agenda. So the agenda says that we should have had our lunch break 15 minutes ago, so that's okay. So we're going to have a short break. And Tala, if you can please come in and validate what I'm about to say, that we're going to have a break until 2:30. So just sorry for that, half an hour, because we're going to have a speaker at 2:30. Is this correct, or should we push it to 2:45? Your call, Tala. Tala, are you there?
Mohab, you needed something?
Yes.
Sorry, I was on a
Ganesh.
call. Tell me.
No, it's okay. It's 2 p.m. now.
Okay.
And based on the agenda, so we're 15 minutes late. So based on the agenda, we should come back at 2:30.
Yes.
My question is it 2:30 or can we make it 2:45? Your call.
I will need to check with Andre, but let's make it for now 2:30. If he accepted to make it 2:45, I'll send them a message on the group.
Okay.
Okay,
Lovely.
I'll keep you posted, guys.
Okay, so 2:30 مبدئيا. Okay.
Yes.
And just keep watching your WhatsApp, please. Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Thanks, guys. Thanks,
Thank you,
Marwan.
everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sorry, but I just have one question. Can you please send us the market validation you did for bio-waste? Sorry?
How much are you going to pay me? I'm a business guy. So
okay.
I don't do... I'm just kidding. I'll send it to you, sure, of course.
Thank you very much.
See you in half an hour.
Mohab, I need to talk to you for 5 minutes. ببعت لك voice note أو بنحكي هون بعد؟ لا بعت لك voice note.
يلا voice note.
يلا okay bye.
Sent. ايه ده؟
will be selling when you finish developing your product or your service. Is this clear? By the way, when I go back to my pitch deck, I will also give you more examples. Is this clear for now? حدا عنده سؤال؟ Clear, yes, perfect. بيجي عندي solution. Solution, it means your painkiller. So when you talk about the solution, you want to show me how your solution fits as a painkiller for the pain that you already described. يعني for example, إذا أنا عم أقول البين هو إنه whatever، رح أعطي example لستارت اب عم بشتغل معها هلا، إنه الفلاحين عم يخسروا، عم يدفعوا كثير على المي للزراعة، عم يخسروا محصول لأنه ما عم بتكون طريقة الري مضبوطة، والفيرتلايزرز كيف مقسمينهم على الزرع مضبوطة، وعم يدفعوا زيادة للليبر كوست لأنه إذا عندهم أراضي كبيرة. فهدول أعطيت ثلاثة أنا فور إكزامبل بين، بكون حاطط أرقام عليهم، بجي بقول أنا بالسوليوشن تبعي عملت هيدا البروجكت اللي هو بخفف 90% من استهلاك المي، بيوزع الفيرتلايزرز بيزد اون ذا نيد لانه نحن عندنا مونيتورينج وكنترول على الفيلد، وبيخفف عدد الليبر 80%. سو شو عملت انا هون؟ خبرت كيف انا هيدا البين عندي له لكل وحده a solution بعد ما اكون عملت my elevator pitch which is I described انا شو البروجكت تبعي. اوكي. ماركت، قلت لكم هون فيكم تحكوا عن الماركت سايز بالاوبورتونيتي، فيكم تحكوا عن الماركت لحالها. الاوبورتونيتي فيها تكون مش الماركت سايز مثل ما قلت قبل، فيها تكون based on a trend، فيها تكون based on some people who asked you for this solution، فيها تكون على ريسيرش عملته for example USAID, United Nations, whatever it is. هاي الاوبورتونيتي، وبعدين you can go to the market. وفيها تكون الاوبورتونيتي هي كمان part of the market size. خبرتكم شو الماركت. make sure you specify your target audience. وهون بدي اقول لكم شيء كثير مهم. في كثير عالم بيقولوا انه انا my market is everyone or my market هن كل العالم يلي مريضين بالسكري. رح اعطي مثل. اوكي that's good، بس انت وين رح تبلش او انت وين رح تبلشي؟ باي عندنا سيرفيسبل ماركت، ما بعرف اذا حكيتوا عنهم هدول، بس انه رح اعطيها بطريقه مبسطه اكثر. اذا انا بدي بلش بتارجت نيش كثير صغير وانا قادر اوصل له، شو هو هيدا التارجت نيش؟ يمكن انا موجود بمنطقه جبال فور اكزامبل، وعندي كولابوريشن مع ما بعرف 3 فارماسيز ومستشفى، وقول انه انا رح بلش ماي ماركت بنتريشن من منطقه جبال يلي هالقد الماركت سايز تبعولها، والبارتنرشيبس تبعولي رح يخلوني اوصل لهالقد عالم. So if you have this number you can use it. If you don't, you can just stick with the market size اللي عندكم. الاوفرينج والتكنولوجي description، انا I would say هون it's good to describe what you have in terms of innovation اللي انتم عاملينها. What I want you to highlight هو your unfair advantage. وتقول unfair advantage, it means what do you have that make it very hard for the competition to copy you? Or what do you have that will make you faster than your competition or potential competition? معقولة رح أعطي examples. معقولة يكون عندكم patent، معقولة يكون عندكم exclusive resources، معقول يكون عندكم an algorithm مثلا صعب واحد يخلقه وانتم عاملينه secure بشي طريقه والاوتكم تبعوله is very needed. كمان عم بعطي example. معقول يكون في حدا بالتيم اللي هو ex entrepreneur باع شركته so he knows how to grow a company, he knows how to get funding, how to talk with investors and so on. معقول تكونوا جايبين حدا يمكن ما يكون بارتنر، يمكن يكون امبلويي بس with a track record، يمكن كان ريجنال مانجر لشركه بنفس الاندستري اللي انتم عم تفوتوا عليها وبيعرف how to do B2B deals. just trying to give you insights. What is your unfair advantage? هون رح أعطي some examples. وتقول أنغامي بالعالم العربي، أنغامي البزنس موديل تبعولهم لحاله فيه unfair advantage، لأنه إذا بتجوا بتطلعوا they enter a market by partnering with telcos. Telcos يعني telecom companies. مثل عندنا بلبنان they are partners مع the only two telecom companies Alpha و Touch. When the competition tried to enter Lebanon تعرفوا السنة الماضية، أنا بالنسبة لي أنا ما عندي أنغامي على الموبايل فون مع إنه رفقاتي الشباب لأنه ما بسمع كثير موسيقى، كان يجيني اس ام اس الصبح اس ام اس عشية عشوائي نزل انغامي وبيطلع لك جمعه ببلاش وبيطلع لك ما بعرف قديش اشتراك وكبار. ليه؟ لانه due to their business model they can reach their target audience هيك 1 اس ام اس من التلكو بيروح على كل العالم الكونكتد على التليكوم شو نتورك اللي موجوده بالبلد. So that was an unfair advantage لهم. Another unfair advantage اعطي example different شوي. اذا بتعرفوا مي صنين، مي صنين هن الوحيدين يلي they write on their label على القنينه 0% رح تسمعوا الصوت وتبلشوا تحضروا.
I have something really important to tell everyone today. Please turn off the faucet while washing your hands and brushing your teeth. And everyone, don't waste water in the shower. These are lessons we all grew up with. And while they are important, they won't be enough to address the world water crisis we face. We at Quebec have grown to learn that it's not just about the water we save, it's what we do with the water we end up using. And well, 80% of the world's sewage still runs untreated, right down the drain. Even in the US, 20% of households are still relying on septic tanks. And in parallel, we have states like California that are witnessing unprecedented drought, have put strict regulations on irrigation, and have doubled their water tariffs just in the past 5 years. Today, more than ever, the incentives are in place to move these households from traditional septic to water treatment systems that will allow them to recover that water. But the problem is that these systems are bulky and can cost the household anywhere between 10 and 20K to install. But that's where Qubex comes in. It's a kit developed by a Lebanese startup that will allow you to modify your existing septic tank into a treatment system and reduce your freshwater consumption by 48%. But that's not all. We also have add-on modules that will allow the user to recover biogas and compost. A key value we offer our users is accessibility. They can simply walk into their favorite home improvement store, purchase the kit, and have it installed by a local plumber with our instructional guides and local tanks for a fraction of the cost. So in other words, if we combine IKEA and water treatment, that's where we get Qubex. We're targeting a market of $2 billion, which encompasses US rural and suburban households, and we'll be targeting mostly western and southern states where drought has hit the most. So our business model in long term is to sell directly to our clients. However, during our early stage, we're working with development agencies to install these systems for underprivileged communities such as Syrian refugee households. We do have competition, of course. However, most of them either work in the water treatment or energy recovery sector. What Qubex offers its users is the best of both worlds, while also being the only system to have no slurry production and compost instead. So far we've installed 2 units in partnership with the Union of Dutch Municipalities for Syrian refugee households in the Bekaa Valley, and we plan on installing 10 more by the end of the year. We also received support from the University of Wageningen in the Netherlands and plan on establishing a partnership with them to further optimize our system. So for 2018, we were able to secure our partners and manufacturing and development agencies while also developing our first kit. And now in 2019, we're going to be finalizing our MVP and our add-on modules while also securing a US distributor. Today, we're looking for $160,000 in investment in exchange for 10% equity, and we'll be spending 43% of that amount as as an initial investment, while the remainder will cover our operational costs for the first year until we become profitable. And this is the team that's going to make it happen. So join us as we change how you see water. Thank you.
Good. Any comments على هيدا البيتش؟ أنا I will move شوي أسرع لأنه بعد معنا 20 minutes. Any comments على هيدا البيتش؟ في شيء هيك لفت لكم نظركم فكرتوا فيه ما بعرف يمكن relevant to what you are doing بتزيدوها فكرة بالبيتش تبعكم. إذا لاحظتوا البيتش 3 دقايق فب3 دقايق بعتقد حكي كل شيء. Any comments؟ رح أحضركم بعد one pitch و I will move to إذا في questions وفرجيكم my sequence of slides كمان.
What do you think is the worst kind of plastic? Well, it's styrofoam. In fact, only 1% of the 14 million tons of styrofoam produced yearly are recycled. The rest stays untouched, causing threats on human health and the environment. As a result, governments are endorsing bans and restrictions on styrofoam, disrupting normal shipping procedures and forcing businesses to find an alternative solution. This is why we combine agricultural waste that we source from local farmers and mushroom roots, the mycelium that we grow in-house, to form mushstick, mushroom plastic, a replacement for this styrofoam. Not only does our product share the same properties in terms of heat and water tolerance and shock resistance, it is also 100% biodegradable. The pictures you see here show the evolution of our prototypes, which keep improving day after day. Now, the styrofoam market in the MENA region is valued at $2.29 billion. However, we will start by tackling 19% of this market, which is used for packaging applications. Mushstick will start by selling 2 standardized products, the panels and packing peanuts, to businesses such as shipping and moving companies and distributors. After demonstrating our prototypes to several potential clients, we have signed letters of intent who those of who found a need satisfied by Mushstick. For example, Aramex was having troubles with the growing styrofoam bans, while Tuanai Lebanese wine wanted a better material to protect the quality of his wine. What makes us special is that we are the first movers in the MENA region. Both our process and raw material are all natural, and that our end product can be customizable, all the while being biodegradable. Recently, Mushstick is competing with conventional packaging, such as styrofoam and cardboard, compared to which we have more shock resistance and more eco-friendliness. Compared to our direct American competitors, we will be entering a different market with different products, the panels and peanuts. The environmental heroes are Lama, who is leading the R&D, Sherbil, who focuses on business development, and myself, Ryan, in charge of operations. Our team is also being supported in terms of industrial technology, finance, R&D, and business. Together, so far, we have invested $57,000 for market and product validation, setup of our website, and basic equipment for our process. Today, we are looking to raise $100,000 to finalize our product, test and certify it, and start producing our first batch for our confirmed potential partners. So please, join us at our booth to discover more about all this mushroom-based packaging and know how to protect your product while protecting the environment. Thank you.
Good. حدا عنده سؤال لهون؟ Any insights أخذتوها من ال two pitches؟ بعدكم معي؟ اوكي جود منيح في تالا. Thank you, Tala. The second one have a lot of body movement. Voice wasn't clear. She moves a lot. She has to move Emilio. يعني هو أحسن body language هو تاني pitch. ولو عندكم شيء لو البيتش تبعولكم مش على زوم كنت بعطيكم more ideas on that. Great. Thank you هبة. اللي بدي اقول لكم اياه انه during your pitch you need to show رح فرجيكم رح فرجيكم هون ورح اقول لكم how you can get these slides لانه ما رح فوت فيهم كلهم. You can just go to this website. You can go to this website اللي حطيته يلا بس ما عملت لها one second اعمل لها present. اوكي فيكم تاخذوا هول السلايدز من اللينك اللي حاطه فوق entrepreneurs.com/pitch. مش كرمال تستعملون هن ذاتهم لانه بعرف انتم يو ار اون يمكن ما عندكم كل شيء والريكوايرمنتس موجوده بالبيتش داك اللي بلشت فيه انا، بس اذا بتلاحظوا السيكونس هي منا اوكي السيكونس محطوطه from 1 to 10 بس مش ضروري تستعملوا باي اوردر مثل ما شفتوا اللي عملوا بيتش هلا فيكم تشفل الاوردر بيزد على الستوري لاين اللي انتم بتخلقوه. بس مثل ما شايفين هون بتعملوا تيزر سلايد elevator pitch فيكم مش هلا فيكم بعد ما تحكوا عن البروبلم او solution. problem solution already فسرت لكم. money shot goes here. I know that you have inventions فاذا في عندكم فيديوز اذا في عندكم سكرين شوتس اذا في عندكم ديمو فيديو فيكم تحطوه بقلب السلايدز. It's very important after you talk about the solution لانه كمان it shows credibility, it shows commitment مثل ما حكينا بالاول و it shows that you are on the track. يعني مش انه بعدكم بس بفكره بلشتوا تطبقوا شيء خاصه if you have it. If you don't have it it's fine. Okay. Market size حكيت عنها. Business model, how you generate money from this project. It's important to know how you will make money out of it. فيكم تكونوا depending على شو عم تعملوا فيكم تكونوا you rent, you sell, it's a subscription. شو البزنس موديل؟ proprietary tech mainly كلكم عندكم هيدا الشيء وبحاجه له اللي هو includes the unfair advantage تبعكم. your competition شو في هلا بالماركت وانتم كيف تتميزوا عن الماركت. اذا لاحظتوا في tables عم يستعملون رح احط لكم how you can get اذا بتحطوا هارفي بولز فري باوربوينت على جوجل حطيت لكم اياها بالشات بوكس بيطلع لكم هيك باوربوينت فيه تيبل فيكم تستعملوه. اتس مون شارت بنسميها. اريح من انه تستعملوا ارقام او تستعملوا تشيك ماركس اند سو اون لانه بتفرجي فيجوالي الليفلز اوف كيف انتم يو ار كومبيرد مع الكومبيتيشن. ماركتينج بلان كيف رح تسوقوا للبرودكت تبعكم. مين التيم تبعكم if you need to hire someone. money and milestones. by the way هيدي الباوربوينت موجوده على السلايدز اللي على اللينك اللي قلت لكم عنه. it's a complete PowerPoint so بتشوفوا فيها كل شيء وهيدا هو اللينك اللي فيكم تفوتوا عليه كرمال تاخذوها. رح اعمل ستوب احطها بالشات بوكس. Ahmed, what's the difference between competitive advantage and unfair advantage? Very important question. Competitive advantage كيف انتم عم بتقارنوا حالكم بالcompetition انتم كيف احسن and so on. Unfair advantage كيف عم بتصعبوا على الcompetition انه تنسخكم. يعني اللي قلتوا عن انغامي اللي قلتوا عن صنين اللي قلتوا عن حيلا حدا عنده patent عم بيصعب على الcompetition تنسخه لانه they can't enter the market. It's very hard. competitive advantage هو كيف انتو you compare مع your competition اكيد في اشياء احسن من الكومبيتيشن. so unfair advantage بعد اقوى من competitive advantage. ليه؟ لانه انتو عم بتصعبوا كثير للكومبيتيشن انه تنسخكم او تلحقكم بالبروجرس اللي انتو عاملينه. زياد اذا بدك تحكي اكثر من هيك فيك تاخذ ال can we make the pitch I like it if you can do it. How we move from teasing to elevator pitch. مثل ما اوكي قلت لكم موجودين بالاوردر بس هن they don't have to be in order. فيك تقول التيزر تكمل بروبلم تكمل سوليوشن بعدين تروح elevator pitch. فيك تبلش تيزر تكمل بروبلم ترجع elevator pitch ترجع سوليوشن. so كيف انت بتركب معك الستوري do it. تالا can you share with them ال 9 pitches تبع اجريتك اللينك تبعولها so بيشوفوا اللي انا فرجيتهم اياه وبيشوفوا اكثر فيكم تاخذوا منهم انسايتس.
Actually, Andre, what I'm gonna do is that نحن ديجا البيتش اللي محضرينها وبعت لك اياها. I'm gonna edit the company name with the elevator pitch with your recommendation, and I'm gonna share with them as well the links تبع Agritech ليشوفون. It would be great and beneficial. وإذا هن حابين يشوفوا further information, yes, feel free to go to entrepreneurg.com/pitch.
Yes, thank you. حدا عنده غير سؤال؟ طيب, let me ask you, what was the main lesson that you took from this workshop or session? أحمد, elevator pitch ما بعرف ليش ليه منا واضحة. Let me show you. When we say elevator pitch, it's a 30-second sentence or statement بيعرف عن الشركة تبعك. في يكون we are X for Y إذا X معروف شو هي Y معروف شو هي. في يكون 3 keywords أو 2 sentences maximum مثل slide share is the world's largest community of sharing presentation. That's an example. في example موجودين هون بالslides. Zap Meals هيدا example. Zap Meals is an online meal order and delivery service matching hungry consumers with great local food preparers, or we are eBay for takeout orders. I hope this makes sense to you to know what is an elevator pitch. وقتها كيوبكس كان عم بيقول we are IKEA for home improvement. I forgot شو كانت. That's it. وقتها قالت كمان ريان انه مشتك his mushroom was plastic. كمان هيدا كان part of the elevator pitch. So what was the main lesson يلي أخذتوه from this workshop إذا بدكم تسموه أو session? I would like to know before I leave you. Hiba, be different. فيكم إذا بدكم to unmute yourself and say it. Ali, more efficient pitch. Okay. Ahmed, how to grab attention. Emilio, the flow of pitching. That's it. Okay, it was great time معكم. I still have 8 minutes لأنه من بعدها رايح عندي interview. فيكم تسألوني أسئلة. Doing how we are, professional in what we are.
To show that we are professional in what we do.
Okay.
And the way we are presenting without looking to the slides in the case where the audience is present and something like that.
Perfect. Thank you, Salam.
كمان شغلة إنه نعطي الطريقة الأفضل لنعطي المشروع تاعولنا حقه.
Great. Thank you, Malak.
Emilio معك بس سؤال.
Yes.
So I've seen quite some few pitchings live بعدة مناسبات. So one of the things that I think أنا شخصيا مثلا بيزعجوني it's confusing confidence مع sometimes they fake it. يعني you see people doing much more effort than they
don't fake it. Don't fake it.
يعني definitely don't fake it, but how to be natural and not overconfident and يعني اللي بيزعجني بالبيتش هو هالعالم اللي هي out of the stage while pitching they are totally different from what they are on the stage.
ايه وبيزعجوك وقت يكونوا على الستيج.
مش بيزعجوني انه you see it's fake. How do you
في difference like في difference between fake or practice. وأنا I believe in the 6P formula. Prior proper preparation prevents poor performance. So if they are very well prepared before the performance, أكيد they will have good performance. هلا fake it means إنه هني عم بيقولوا they are claiming something that is not true.
No,
so that's
maybe
why
fake.
I
It was
say
not.
don't fake.
It was not. يعني الفيك ما يمكن الكلمة المضبوطة بس you see the difference between on stage and off stage. And sometimes it's being overconfident, sometimes it's being totally different from what they are, and sometimes it's good, sometimes bad for the project.
إميليو بالناين بيتشز اللي رح تحضروهم ما رح أقول لكم مين بس بتذكر وقت دربتهم بعتقد دربتهم 10 أيام قبل البيتش كان في حدا من بيناتهم اجوا قالوا لي رامي أبو جودة أكيد بعرفوه وفادي نفاع كان بوقتها وماريو إذا مش غلطان ثلاثتهم اجوا قالوا لي you have to do miracles مع هيدا الشخص. هيدا الشخص كان بتأتي بينسى بيضيع بيوقف كل شيء when they are pitching. ما رح اقول الجندر يعني انا عم اقول شخص كما اقول الجندر. ف after 10 training sessions البيتش تبعول هيدا الشخص it was a miracle. هلا بترجع بتشوف هيدا الشخص برات البيتش بتقول انه ايه في يمكن personality is not the same one that you saw on stage but it was not fake, it was preparation, it was planning, it was اشتغلنا على psychology. أنا I work on psychology when people are pitching لأنه being on stage لحالها فيها stress لحالها فيها أنك تنسى وتأتي وما تتحكم بالبادي لانجوج تبعك وكل هودول. So we need to crack هال psychological challenges before we start pitching, and that's my forte إذا بدك, my core experience. That's how I work with public speakers, with politicians, with executives, with entrepreneurs, with business owners, with salespeople. We have to train them to go and present their ideas or pitch in a way انه ما فيك انت تكون مخترع مكنه. تنعتبر هلا عم بحكي عنكم مخترع مكنه بس انت you are too technical لدرجه انك تطلع تعمل pitch ما عندك the right skills to present. So you need to practice, you need to pitch. ما بعرف اذا جاوبتك إميليو بس I know from myself أنا فتت على هيدا الدومين كله سوا لأنه الفاينل بروجكت تبعولي بال 2006 كان نيورال نتورك. بوقتها ما كنا نعرف كثير شيء اسمه artificial intelligence وماشين ليرنينج بس كنا عندنا نحن خلقنا درايف لموتور asynchronous motor using machine learning و artificial intelligence which was under patent يعني من السوبرفايزرز اللي كانوا علينا. when I was presenting it كنت عم تأتي وعم بتطلع بالأرض وعم بحمر وعم بخضر وأصفر ونسيت كل شيء. And that was my entry to go and develop my presentation skills. وليك when وصلتني I turned totally to training. That's my passion now. So إذا بتشوفني بوقتها وبترجع بتشوفني هلا بتقول إف هيدا شو فيك. بس with the right persistence و training you can achieve. حدا عنده غير سؤال؟
بس لو سمحت
ملاك عملت ميوت رجعتي.
بس لو سمحت بدي أسألك إنه أي أفضل إذا الواحد بده يعمل برزنتيشن يكون جاي حافظ الشيء اللي بده يحكيه، إنه حافظهم كلمة كلمة، أو إنه يشرح، وين إنه ممكن يوقع إنه ينسى. أحيانا أنا بحس إنه مثلا بحس راحت الفكرة من راسي كلي، يعني بيفضى، بحس راسي عم بصفر يعني. عن جد.
اوكي
واحيانا بصير معنا شغلات كمان قبل البيتش مثلا بتوترنا. مثلا هديك المره كنت عم بعمل برزنتيشن وراح الانترنت هلا انه على الزوم وهيك، فضعت نسيت الانجليش كله. بعدين رجعوا قالوا لي انه فيك تحكي عربي ما بيأثر، فحكيته بطلاقه مش الحار. رجع بس انه شو بتنصحنا بهذا
اول
الموضوع؟
شيء اذا بترتاحي بالعربي اساليهم اذا فيك تحكي عربي ودوت. اوكي منك بحاجه تحكي بالانجليزي اذا فيك، ما بعرف بدك تسالي طالع اذا فيك تحكي بالعربي. هيدي
هو
نمبر
وقتها
1.
مش الحال، بس انا انه ما كنت مفكره اصلا انه بدي احكي بالعربي، يعني ما
ما
عندي مشكله
بيأثر
احكي بالانجلش، بس على الشيء اللي صار معي نسيت كل
بتوتري.
شيء.
ما بيأثر. سو اللي بدي اقوله نمبر 1 اذا فيك تغيري اللانجوج جو اهيد، منا مشكله، استعملي اللغه اللي بترتاحي فيها. نمبر 2 على قصه بدنا نحفظها ولا لا، انا بقول لكم براكتس بالطريقه اللي انتم بترتاحوا تقولوها. ما تخلوا حدا يكتب لكم السكريبت تبع البيتش او البرزنتيشن تبعولكم، انتم اكتبوها بالطريقه اللي انتم بترتاحوا فيها، واكتبوها ريل، اكتبوها مش انه حطوا بولت بوينتس. حطوا بولت بوينتس بالاول، رجعوا اكتبوها واسمعوا حالكم انتم عم تحكوها قد ايه مرتاحين فيها. اذا انتم اللي كتبتوها وانتم حطيتوا سيكونس اوف ايدياز، اول شيء السيكونس اوف ايدياز في يقول لك احفظيها، بس بيزيكلي انت هلا موجوده قدامك رح تكون رح تكوني حفظتيها تلقائيا. هيدي نمبر 1. نمبر 2 مجرد ما بعرف الايدياز وشو بدي احكي بهول الايدياز بطريقتي الخاصه، مش حدا كتب لي اياهم، رح كون مرتاحه انه انا اقولهم. ونمبر 3 براكتس، حتى لو ما عم بتقولي نفس الكلمات اللي كتبتيهم بالسكريبت تبعك، بس كوني عم بتوصلي الفكره. سجلي حالك اذا بدك على الموبايل فون، او سجلي حالك بالفيديو وشوفي كيف عم بتكوني بالالقاء. هل عم تكوني مرتاحه؟ وين عم بتتقطعي؟ وين عم تنسي؟ مطرح ما عم بتتقطعي، مطرح ما عم تنسي، شوفي if you need to rearrange the ideas or if you need to change the wording اللي عم تستعمليه، الwords اللي عم تستعمليهم، and I'm sure you will get a good pitch.
اوكي ثانك يو. بس الفكره اللي كنت عم اقولها بس هذا الشيء اللي تفضلت فيه اكيد هو الجواب يعني. بس هي انا على الفكره انه احيانا بحس حالي انه يا ريت مثلا كيف هلا انت عم تشرح ارتجالي، انه امتى واحد بده يصير هيك، يعني انه يصير انه خلص
لكن شو
يعني
الفكره تبعك؟
انا عم بعمل سولار دراير.
فكره مين هيدا؟
فكرة دكتوري أكيد، بس نحن
اوكي
يعني عم
وقف
نشتغل
شوي. معلي
كتيم.
I need to move faster معك لأن صارت 4
إيه
ودقيقتين.
أوكي.
منا فكرتك، يمكن مشان هيك عم بتكوني في تردد بالحكي. What I want from you إنه بينك وبين حالك forget البيتش، تقعدي تشوفي كيف رح تحبيها للفكرة. بينك وبين حالك أنت كيف فيك تحبيها للفكرة، يعني كيف فيك تشرحي ابن جيرانك الصغير او اختك الصغيره او خيك هم ايفر حدا ولد صغير قد ايه انت مبسوطه بالشيء اللي انت عم تعمليه. once you achieve this level of excitement and passion about your idea، كل شيء ثاني بطل له معنى صراحه. لانه هيدي انه كيف في اعملها ارتجالي وكيف في يكون مرتاحه، هي بيزد على قد ايه انت حابه هالبروجكت، قد ايه انت مقتنعه فيه. لانه اذا مانك مقتنعه فيه، انا I worked in sales for a while actually باندفكو ودي فينيكس، كنا نبيع مكانات اللي كنت انا صنعهم قبل. كنت حب روح بعت اكثر مكانات من غيري، اجوا شنايدر زي هاد هانتد مي قد ما طلع سيتي بالموضوع. ليه؟ لانه I loved what I do. انا كنت اخترع المكانات، صرت انا عم بيعهم. لانه الشيء بحبه ما كنت ناطر لا حدا يعلمني كيف بيع. وانا I wasn't trained as a salesperson. I was promoted. فجأة صار sales manager، استلمت محله. So just because I'm passionate about what I do كنت قادر بيعها بطريقه كثير هينه، وحتى I get creative while I'm at the client، يعني اخترع له اشياء وبيعوا اياها بالاخر. ف I want you to love your product so you can pitch it. If you don't love it خلي الدكتور تبعولك يتمرن على البيتشنج وهو يعمل بيتش. سوري هيدي الحقيقه المره يعني.
Andre, I think we lost Malak. She had an electricity short.
Malia, you are recording. ما بعرف مين عم يعمل recording بس you are recording. Yes.
The recording is paused.
I think, yeah?
Yes, please, thanks.
Yeah, I will do that. Okay. Okay, so we were talking about the third pillar, which is the business model, and we talked about obviously a very important constituent of that business model pillar, which is the revenue streams. Okay, so how am I going to make money? Okay, and we talked about so many different ways that we can make money, and your objective is to identify different ways that you can make money depending on the needs of your customer, depending on the requirements of your customers. So we mentioned so many of about 9 different ways to do hackathon. Please understand 2 things. Number 1, you don't have to have a single business model. You can have 2 or 3 different ways that you can make money, depending on how you position your product, depending on the kind of client that you're serving. So just to give you an example, when we were talking about the researcher or the entrepreneur who had this machine and which converts the agri waste to bio fertilizers, right? That person had to look into different ways to make money, because he came to realize that if he goes with a one-time transaction model, then probably some people will not have enough financial resources to actually buy that device. So he had to start looking at things like renting the device, looking at a usage model. Okay, so you can have the different models, and depending on your client, they will have the flexibility to choose the one that would make sense to them. Of course, anything that you propose has to make sense to you too, right? But you have to give the customers that type of flexibility. Okay. The second part of the business model is what we call partnerships. Okay. Now, when you're talking about partnerships obviously is first of all, is the good thing or a bad thing, by the way? Like if when you're talking about if you have a startup and you want to basically grow and you want to scale, you want to expand your products or services to different markets. So I guess mostly speaking, we can be considered a good thing. And if you look at why this is a good thing, it's for different reasons, right? It's good for exposure, right? So first of all, there are different reasons to partner. Number 1 is to reduce your risk, right? So when you are going to be introducing a certain product in the market, instead of you taking up all the financial risk yourself, if there is a way that you can partner with another entity, so that in the bad case that for any reason something goes wrong, that you would share that burden, right? Then that would be something that you would do. Just to let you know, not talking in the startup world, but maybe talking in the business world, you probably heard of a company called Sony and another company called Ericsson. Okay, so what they did is that they wanted to introduce a new mobile phone called Sony Ericsson, if you remember that phone, right? And the idea was that they created a joint venture, which is مخاطرة مشتركة, and to create this smartphone. And the idea was, if this phone is successful, both companies will be successful. If the phone goes bad, it is not unsuccessful, both of them will be unsuccessful. But it's much better than a single entity actually going to the market on its own. So that's the idea of the kind of like reducing the risk. In your case, if you're talking about designing something, if you want to design a certain component in your project and you are a little bit worried about the technical expertise, about your capacity, about how much this would cost, and you know that there's another entity that actually has that expertise and can help you design your product, no problem with that. No problem with that, as long as that you are keeping with what we call core competence, like الحاجة المهمة قوي اللي عندك that nobody else can copy very easily. So you can definitely partner in the design and development, and you can definitely partner when it comes to marketing and distribution. And we'll talk about that in a second, because very possible that you might not have the proper expertise to do the marketing and the distribution. Very possible. So for example, if I talk about Malak, for example, who's doing the solar drying system, we mentioned that you can do some kind of a partnership with some of the cooperatives or the associations that deal with agribusinesses. Why? Because they have the leads that can allow you to distribute your product much easier. Okay, so all this helps you with reducing the risk. So that's very good. The second thing is to go faster, because go faster, whether it is in developing the product or even marketing the product. Because if you decide to market your product on your own and you do not have enough knowledge about your market, it might take you much longer time to be successful. Okay, so I'll give you an example from my side. Like when Innovity was founded at the very beginning, I had the choice of either developing the innovation material myself or to go to a US company and license the material that I want. Okay, I knew that if I developed the material myself, I probably would have been able to do it, but probably it would have taken me a whole year. But I didn't have that time. I was very anxious. I wanted to enter the market very quickly. So I decided immediately to partner with this American company, right? So that they can give me the kind of knowledge and the kind of tools that I needed. And that allowed me to enter the market very faster, much faster. Okay? And actually allowed them to enter the Middle East market a lot faster too, because they did not have any they had no knowledge about the Middle East whatsoever, and it would have taken them also a long time to actually enter. So going faster is a very important reason why you should partner. تمام? The other thing, طبعا, of course, is the idea of better ideas. Okay, again, it's very true. I don't want to sound too academic, but it's very, very true. And I can tell you that that Innoviti's partnership with IXL Center in the United States, every single week we have a conference call where we discuss how innovation can be applied in different ways. What kind of tools were successful? Which ones are not successful? What did I do well? And what did I not do well? How can I improve? Right? So it is definitely an opportunity for you to get fresh ideas, from outside, and not being confined in the thing that you do. And sometimes you can be a little bit rigid في المايند بتاعك، يبقى عقلك كده متحجر شويه، محتاج شويه صنفره, with fresh ideas, and therefore a partnership like this would actually work. تمام؟ طبعا the last thing is the cost part, because if you decide to do everything on your own, تمام, probably this can be very costly, and as a startup you probably don't have the sufficient cash flow, مالكش الفلوس الكفايه، تمام، انك تعمل كل حاجه بنفسك. It can be just too costly. Okay, especially when we're talking about the situation that we're in right now, which is the COVID-19. Okay, where being very careful with your financial resources is very, very important. Okay, and therefore sometimes partnerships can actually work very well. Okay, so is this clear to everyone? I think I think this is clear. So it's important to do this kind of partnerships. Right? Can you give me clear? Everything is cool? Okay, no thumbs up for me. Thank you so much. Okay, can you hear me? I'm just making sure. Okay.
Yes.
Great. So I hope it's clear. Type. One important thing that I want to say about partnerships, okay, is that to partner with an entity, this entity does not necessarily have to be part of your supply chain. Okay, so a supply chain هو اللي هي you know what supply chain means, that it's a chain اللي بتحدد على أساسها the movement of goods from point A to point B, from the source to the final destination. So, for example, if you're talking about a company that is manufacturing, let's say, a car like Mercedes, right? Its supply chain, Mercedes definitely has suppliers. So they have suppliers of the glass, they have suppliers of their lighting system, they have suppliers of even some of the control systems inside the car. And basically Mercedes takes these are considered to be suppliers, and they use these components to manufacture the Mercedes car. And then after that, it gives this Mercedes car to distributors. ممكن تبقى معارض سيارات, for example, or a dealer. Okay, so this is called the supply chain. Now, شركة Mercedes, they need, زي ما كنت بقول لكم, they need to have certain supplies. Okay, and yes, the suppliers of Mercedes, so if this is Mercedes, okay, their suppliers could be considered as partners. Yes, they are partners. So the suppliers are partners to Mercedes. And the car dealers, okay, who are the distributors, الموزعين, are considered to be partners برضو. But both type of partners, they exist within the supply chain of Mercedes, which is fine. But what I want you to think about are not only the partners that you would have as part of your supply chain. I want you to think about the partnership that you can create outside of your supply chain. And let's talk about that for a second. Okay? Yani when you talk about you know, something like let's take the example of the PCM, the phase change materials, right? Which is that you have these you have the bricks or concrete, basically, that you create the house envelope, you embed in it certain materials so that it ensures that the house from inside has kind of a stable level of temperature. So it does some kind of like thermal stabilization inside your house. Those people would need certain type of supply. They have to have a supplier for these kind of materials. Would they partner with them? Yeah, probably they would partner with them. Okay. So after that, after they create this nice product, what are they going to do with it? They're probably going to sell it. They're probably going to sell it to people who are in the construction industry. Okay. Or people who are in the real estate. Could these consider be partners? Yeah, probably partners too. But what I want to talk to you about is that you can also partner with entities that are outside your typical supply chain. Let's try to understand this. Now, one of the ways that you can partner with, you need to understand very carefully, and please write this down. You need to understand, why do you want to partner with an entity, okay, that is outside of your supply chain. And the typical reasons, the very simple reasons for that, is that you would either partner with an entity or an entity outside of your supply chain for the reasons of helping you design, or helping you develop, or helping you market, or helping you distribute your products, okay, to the market. Let's take an example. Remember the example that we did where Apple and Nike, they did a partnership together? Remember that? Remember the kind of product that came out of something like this, where you had these kind of sensors in the sole of the shoe, فقعر الجزمة من تحت, and this was connected through 3G or Bluetooth to a device that someone would hold in his hand. Remember that? They partnered together. First of all, why did it make sense that they partnered together? What's common between Apple and Nike? Can you tell me? Can you write down in the chat box? Yani, why did this make sense that they both that this partnership was successful? Why? Exactly. Thank you, Mark. So because the segment was the same, common segment, so it made a lot of sense that they partnered together. Did they partner for the purpose of design, development, marketing, or distribution? What do you think? يعني سيبكم أنا كاتبه, but what do you honestly think? What was the main area where they had to partner together? Design, development, marketing, or distribution, أو توزيع? Was it for توزيع? Was it for distribution? يعني did the distribution channel change? No, it didn't change. لأن حاجة زي كده زي الجزمة دي, like this shoe, was probably sold in the same outlets as at Nike. So that didn't really change. It was sold in the Nike stores. Okay? And from a marketing point of view, okay, that was not really the main objective. They each one of them had its very strong brand. It was definitely the design part, for sure. The design and the development. They came together because Apple could not do this on its own. Why? Because Apple does not create shoes, does not build shoes. And Nike could not design this alone. Why? Because Nike does not do consumer electronics. They came together, they designed and they developed this new product. Yes, it was marketed after that, but that was not the core area where they had to collaborate together and partner together. So this is an example of two companies. خلي بالكم الكلمة الجاية دي. Two companies that are totally outside the supply chain of each other. Apple is not part of the supply chain of Nike. خالص. That business وده business تاني خالص. You understand? Totally different businesses. However, they decided to marry each other. They decided to partner with each other, okay, for the purpose of creating this new product and introducing it to the market. Okay. So that's one example. Let's take the case of PepsiCo and Vodafone. PepsiCo and Vodafone. So Vodafone is like Alpha in Lebanon. Okay. So they partnered together. And what was the idea here? The idea was that if you drink Pepsi, and the more Pepsi that you drink, you would find like a small code في الcap بتاع الإزازة of the bottle, which has some kind of a code that you can use so that you can make calls. But they were saying حتى اشرب Pepsi واكسب دقايق. Okay, drink Pepsi and win minutes from Vodafone. Okay. Did any of those two design anything new? Or was it the same design of it? What do you think? The design, did Pepsi make any change in the design? Did Vodafone make any change in the design? Not really. Right? Not really. It's the same. Yes, حصل في كود مكتوبة تحت الكاب, but the design was not there and the development was not there. It was mainly for the purpose of marketing one another. They did this for the purpose of marketing. So the purpose of this was definitely for the purpose of marketing. That was the reason why they partnered together. Now, let's take another example. And this is a true story, by the way. شركة Mercedes in Egypt, تمام, they wanted to offer test drives for customers, for clients. Okay. Now, for those who visited Cairo before, Cairo is not exactly a lovely, a nice place to do driving tests for cars. Okay, especially for expensive cars. Okay, because of the crowdness and everything. So Mercedes created a partnership. Who did they create a partnership with? Can you guess? Can you guess who شركة Mercedes created the partnership with, so that it can allow people to actually do the test drive and at the same time to capitalize that they are serving the same segment? Villages houses is interesting, possible. That's a good way of thinking. Any other brilliant ideas? Okay. Well, they went to an entity called Smart Village. Smart Villages is basically, it's a technology park. It's a huge technology park outside of Cairo, and it has all the tech companies, all the financial companies, and it hosts تقريبا يعني حوالي 200 to 250,000 people, okay, from different companies. And what they basically did, and this Smart Village, okay, this technology park, it was very beautiful. The roads were very clean, very wide. So it was actually the perfect place to do these kind of test drives. But equally importantly, why did they also pick Smart Village? Because who is residing in the Smart Village? What kind of people are in the Smart Village? People who have probably the kind of income levels that Mercedes would like to target. So it made a lot of sense for Mercedes. So they went to Smart Village, they partnered with them, they actually created a booth inside, an outlet inside Smart Village, okay? They were able to do test drives, and they were able to target the customers that they wanted, okay? So again, here, of course, what was the purpose of this partnership? I think you have no doubt it was for the purpose of marketing and distribution, because you can also sell the cars at the outlet. Design has not changed, development has not changed, marketing and distribution. Clear? طيب. فهنا two companies, وخلي بالكم again, two companies that are totally outside of the supply chain of one another, but they decided to actually come together for the purpose of marketing and distribution. طيب. Let's do another example. I think you will actually find it interesting. This is an example that's coming from the development world, okay? So there was a pharmaceutical company. This actually might be interesting to you. There was a pharmaceutical company that was developing some kind of a medication for the children in Africa against diarrhea. كان في عندهم children كان عندها diarrhea, إسهال كتير. Okay, and they wanted in Homa to give this kind of medication for the children in Africa. I think this was in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. The problem for this pharmaceutical company is that they wanted to be able to distribute their medication to different villages in Nigeria. Okay, but they did not have the proper distribution channels to be able to distribute this medication to the different villages. So they thought about it and they decided to partner with, guess who? I mean, it's in the picture. It's in the picture, right? But that's exactly what they did. They partnered with a company that they knew has a very strong distribution channel. And who has a better distribution channel than Coca-Cola and Pepsi? Because everybody drinks Coke and Pepsi. So what they did is that the boxes of Coca-Cola, the one that you see in the picture, right, which has the bottles, they actually put the medication on the top of the boxes. And of course, Coca-Cola, because they like to يركبوا الموجة زي ما بنقول بالمصري, that they like to position themselves in the they are helping people, you know, and it's part of their CSR and so forth, right? They call the medication Cola Life, as if Coca-Cola is bringing life to the children in Africa. So while Coke was being distributed, the medication was also distributed with. Okay, so again, this is a clear partnership between two entities that come from very different fields, very different industries, and the purpose, of course, of a partnership like this is distribution. So I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that, and I want you to think about the kind of partnerships that you can possibly use and create for your own project. Who should you partner with? Okay, and I'm not telling you to go to like big companies, big names, and tell them, please, can we partner with you? Don't do that. No need to do that. Talk to entities where there's a clear win-win situation out of something like this. I gave you the example of the the cooperatives and the associates. Ask yourself, who would really care to have my product in the market? Who would really care about that? Who would really care to serve the same segment as the ones that I'm serving? Who would really care about that? Okay, you talked about, you know very well who is your segment. We did that yesterday. You know that very well. You just ask yourself, who else supports the same entity? And probably the answer to that question could be a good suggestion for your partner. Okay, so that is the exercise that I would like you to do under the tab called business model. If you open the tab called business model in your Google Sheet, part of it, the first half is about revenue streams, which we talked about, and the second part is about partnerships. Put down the names of the partnerships. I think partnerships, they could be NGOs, they could be non-governmental organizations, they could be intermediaries such as Beratech and different other clusters. They could be other startups. They could be small and medium enterprises. Okay, they can have different natures. Okay, but make sure that you understand why do you really need to partner, and where is your weak link? Like, where is your weak link? Yani Mercedes, its weak link was definitely a place to drive the cars. Okay, the pharmaceutical company, its weak link was definitely the distribution channels. So think about your weak link. What's the part that you really are having difficulties doing? Is it the design part, or the development part, or the marketing part, or the distribution part? Which part? Which part do you need help? And after you define that part, ask yourself, who would be the best entity to partner with? And to know that entity, think about the segments and see who else would be very interested to serve the same segments. Probably you can create a win-win situation with them. Yes, Heba, go ahead.
Thank you. Two things actually. When you want to have a partner, what do you offer him? For example, I understand why they did the partnership, but what was the added value for Smart Villages, for example, to work with Mercedes? And I didn't get the other way. How can I push someone to be my partner?
Okay, the answer for what was in it for Smart Village, money, because they were renting a certain part of their space for Mercedes to do the booth. Okay, so it was a win for Smart Village, and it was also a win for Mercedes. Obviously, you can see that as a channel to do the marketing and distribution. Your second question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the second question is, for example, because I'm sorry, I'm giving a lot of examples on my project, I don't know how to put it in another way. So if I have my polyphenol powder, for example, and I say for a Lebanese industry, let's say Azze nuts, I tell them I will give you a powder and you shall add it to your peanuts, for example. Is this considered as a partnership or it's not? And they shall market their product. Yes, if I give them my polyphenol powder and ask them to add it and market it in one of their products, is it a partnership or it's not? It's another thing.
Again, it depends on the business. It depends on the model. He can treat you as a normal supplier, that you're a normal supplier of materials. And raw materials, certainly he considers that as raw material as far as he's concerned, right? So he can consider you as a supplier, which means that he buys from you. I'll be very pragmatic about this. Like if you're talking about your situation now, it will be different than your situation after. If you are I'll tell you both, okay? If you are a company that you are up and running like a small startup, small enterprise, and you have the capability of producing these kind of polyphenol, right? In that case, you need to sell your product to another company. So this other company can put it as some kind of a food additive عندهم, and then they can sell it later on. Probably the shiraka in that case is going to be kind of on a supplier basis, that he pays for you money for you to give him these kind of food additives. That's the simple model that probably you will end up with. For your case now, your number one objective, is to make this person or this entity to be extremely interested in your product. Okay, and those people, they understand and these companies, they understand one thing. They understand only the language of money. So it is going to be your role, and it's going to be different. It's going to be tough, and that's why you need someone with you, ideally, okay, who has some kind of business background, who would go and have a discussion and negotiate with these companies. And that's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow, by the way. That you need to demonstrate the financial value of them using your materials as a food additive in their company. And I've seen it before, that you can give some of these materials, or these kind of polyphenol extracts, even at the very beginning at a discounted price, significant discounted price, for them to actually use عندهم, and to see the kind of output that they get out of this, and to see the kind of market attractiveness that will take place. لو هم فعلا convinced that. And then after that, you can have kind of like a more solid kind of relationship with this company that you're supplying your materials to.
Thank you very much.
And tomorrow we discuss this. We discuss this because when we talk about the valuation and the financial value that you can get out of these technologies, let's talk a little bit about the negotiations part with the different companies, because I know how difficult it is. Sorry, yes, Tala, I mean on Friday. I'm sorry, on Friday. Yeah, tomorrow you're all gonna do some homework that we discussed now. Okay, so that's it. So what I want you to do now, what I want you to not to do now, but what you to do now is to go to the tab called business model, and basically fill in it with the names of entities that you would like to partner with, and define for what purpose. And as I mentioned to you, these entities could take different forms: NGOs, startups, SMEs, intermediaries, even someone from like governmental clusters. You need to define that very, very well. Okay. Any other questions? Is this clear? Yeah. Okay. السكوت علامة الرضا. في مصر بنقول السكوت علامة الرضا. يعني لما في واحد بيتقدم لوحده وهي مكسوفة شوية, and they ask, okay, please come this guy, so هي بتسكت. So بيقولوا السكوت علامة الرضا. Just making sure that this is the same case that we're having here. Okay. Very good. طيب. I'm going to pause here, and I want to talk to you for 15 minutes about what I would like you to do tomorrow in preparation for Friday. Let me just share with you. Tala, did you email me the revised template by any chance? I can go to that now.
Yes, Mohab, and I shared with you the link. I'll share it with you again. And I already updated all the templates on the Google Drive links.
I'm opening it as we speak now.
Yeah.
1 second.
Guys, I updated the templates اللي كانوا موجودين بالfiles with the new template, okay? So you can use this.
Okay. Now, since we're at the topic, I see that Tala, thank you very much, has shared with you an email that has some links. Just to let you know, the email that you got from Tala That's the one that I put for you together. First of all, it has a YouTube video that explains the different tools to do the market validation. Okay, I apologize that there's going to be some Arabic inside the YouTube, but I think it's going to be very clear for you. It was done. So this was the first video. The second video, it was a YouTube video on an actual case study that was done a couple of months ago. It was about kunafa. Okay, and this was being done before Ramadan. There was a company that wanted to introduce a certain type of kunafa before Ramadan. So we did like a small market validation for them. It's not confidential or anything, but it just shows you the how we were able to even apply a case study ala three tools. In addition, I provided the tools, and I explained to you whether you need to do a login, whether you need to do a sign up or not. Okay, so I hope that's useful. Fine. Let me go straight now into your pitch template. I think there's a comment here. Okay, this is done. Okay. So I think it was a good session, the one that you had an hour ago. Some nice input. So let me just try to connect with the dots so that you are 100% clear about that. So share screen, share. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. So just very quickly, I wanted to actually start. What I want you to do for tomorrow is tonight, and for tomorrow. I want you to do the following. First of all, I want you, please, and I take this as a personal favor for me, Yani, I want you to please have a last look at the tab that was talking about the market, okay? Just have a look again about the non-tech trends, the behavioral trends. Just have a look again, think about the B2C and the B2B one last time, consider it one last time, see that the other segments that you can actually target. I say this because today we took the market validation, and I want to make sure that after we've taken the market validation today, that you can perhaps like to revise your B2C segment one last time. So this will be step number one. Step number two, I want you to make sure that in the tab that's called offering, I hope that you're writing this down, okay? That for the tab that is called offering, make sure that you provide a good description, right, about your technology and about your product from a standalone point of view, okay? Using even the simple matrix that I showed you. I want you to use that matrix and so that you're able to describe the kind of technology and features that you would like to see in your product, keeping in mind your customer for sure. Same thing for the complementary products, please. The complementary products or complementary services. Keep an eye on that. خلي بالكم, complementary products and the complementary services, you are going to revisit it again after you do the market validation, because as you saw in the market validation, when you go into Facebook Audience Insights and you select the target segment that you want, جنبيها على اليمين, you can see the different pages and the different things that this customer segment likes. So you have to go through it, and that would give you some really cool ideas of what kind of complementary products and complementary services that you can actually introduce, and make sure that you include it in your Google Sheet. Okay, so this is as far as the and of course have a look at the networks again. Like think about the networks when it comes to the people or the kind of infrastructure that you can capitalize on. Okay, again, to strengthen the access and the use of your offering of your product effectively. Okay, Step number 3, I want you to actually do the market validation for your product. Okay? You learned it today. I sent you 2 YouTube videos that explain it to you very, very well. Okay? And I gave you the links of the tools, and and you have the slides that I've used today. The team of the polyphenol, you will find that we have created like a plan for you. But I'm not saying that this is the best. I'm sure that you can do a better job than us, right? I'm sure that you can do a better job. There are other keywords that you would like to explore, because nobody understands the project more than you, and to see the potential of it. So please make sure that you don't just take it as it is and add to it. Okay, and for the PCM and the bio waste teams, okay, you will see the validation, the market validation that we've done. But again, this is something that we did very quickly. I want you to do that also, and to add to the keywords that you would explore. Okay. So this is very important. I want you to do this market validation very well for tomorrow. Number 4, I want you to revisit the revenue streams part that we talked about today, and to write it down, keeping an eye on your customer. Explain to me or explain to your project what kind of ways can you make money. I want this to be documented very well. Okay. And finally, the part about the partnerships. Explain who would be your partners and for what purpose. Okay, so you do that at the beginning. Okay, and I hope that you can complete all this by tomorrow midday. Why? Because the second half of tomorrow, I would like you to take this information that you have on your Google Sheet and to start translating it into the pitch deck, the presentation pitch deck that Tala has shared with you. Okay, so that you have it there. Okay, and if you can possibly, send it to me tomorrow by, I would say, مثلا 10 p.m. I will have a look at it, so that I can spend the first 1 hour of Friday just giving you some feedback. Okay? Is this clear to everyone? Okay. Are you excited? Are you excited? See, I'm doing with my hands here. Are you excited? Because I'm very excited. I'm I'm 100% sure that you're going to put together like a killer pitch that really brings out the wonderful ideas that you have. Because I can tell you something, and I'm not making this up. When I saw the description of your presentations, the one that Tala sent me, I was jumping up and down. I was very excited. Halas? And now that I talked to you, I'm even more excited. So now it's time for you to relay this excitement in your elevator pitch. Okay. Now let's go through the elevator pitch very quickly. Okay. Some good points that were said today by the speaker. Let me just confirm a few things. Definitely, the first slide, it has to be absolutely striking. Think about, Tala, can I ask you a technical question?
Yes.
Can we, but don't hate me, okay? Can we get rid of the branding of the slides?
Yes, for sure.
Can we get rid of this next society, the project funded by, because it just distracts a little bit, and can we get rid of that robot at the bottom left, maybe, or making a bit smaller? I think this would be a good idea, because
they can just use the titles of the presentation without using actually this template if you want.
Okay. So I want the first slide has to be some kind Fallon as an image that is absolutely striking, that defines the context زي ما بنقول يعني exactly ايه نوع الissue that people are having on a daily basis. يعني this is not the problem على قد ما هي it's just a picture that just grabs the attention at the beginning when you start talking about your story, right, in your pitch. And I agree with the last speaker that you should definitely say the pitch as if it's a storyboard. انت بتحكي حكايه. Okay, so think about that one picture that you would like to keep as the first slide while you start talking about actually going into the actual pitch itself. Okay, here you have to state the problem. So you have to have this nice picture also of that describes the kind of problem that you are facing, and then the problem and statistics could the problem and the opportunity should include statistics. You know, do you know that 67% of Beirut population is having blah 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 blah? You know, 92% of I don't know what is under the a certain problem, and so forth. So look at the kind of statistics that you would like to put in, just so that when someone is looking at this slide, oh my God, this is a huge problem, and try to make this problem as related as possible to the jury. يعني خليهم هم يسألوا صح، يقولوا yes فعلا this is a problem. This is a problem that I'm also facing as a jury member. You know, my kids are facing this problem. My relatives are facing the problem. I'm facing this problem. Okay, so state that problem very clearly, okay, with a nice picture, and please provide statistics here, okay? And you can get these statistics from secondary sources, okay? I'm sure that you as researchers, you'll do a great job here. And then you have to talk about your solution, okay? So you describe your solution. Don't be too technical here, because there's going to be another slide for the technical, okay? Describe your solution, okay? That you are providing the first system that provides, you know, like solar dehydration of fruit that ensures that there's absolutely no contamination and that reduces any kind of hazardous conditions for kaza kaza kaza. Okay, so just discuss your solution and also with a nice picture. الماركت الحته دي, this is where you use the market. I want you to use data from the market validation. Okay, this is where you talk about the market. So I want you to use data that you extract from Google Trends. Again, don't just put any data. The ones that are very striking that you get out of. Use the data that you got from Google Trends, from the Google AdWords, and from the okay, there's a question. From the Facebook Audience Insights. Yes. From Facebook Audience Insights. Use this data to put this slide so that the jury says, wow, this segment, or the market, okay, there's a very strong demand in the market for what you are introducing as a solution. Okay, there is a very strong demand, very clear demand. And here you might actually specify the kind of segment that you want to actually be serving. Okay, so try to extract interesting data from the market validation tools that you're going to be doing, and then you're going to put it in this slide. Here you talk about the innovation element of your solution, the innovation element of your solution. So here you can go a little bit technical. Okay, what's so cool about your technology? What's so striking about it? If you have a patent, this is where you identify it. You need to say that, you know, that this is these are the kind of again, this is, يعني if you have a system حتى, يعني لو انت بتتكلم على يعني my friend who is doing the ambulance chair, okay, you can perhaps even show a picture of that solution, you know, a picture of the system, how a little bit about the technical side of your offering. This is a very important slide. okay, which ما كانتش موجودة في الدك اللي فاتت. I think that this is very important. You need to discuss your competition. Very important. How are you going to do that? You're going to do a simple table, okay? And I would recommend maybe that Tala can share with you the PDF of some of the descriptions inside the slides that Andre was talking about. I had a look at it. I think it's okay. There are certain things that I would have changed, but I think it gives a good way of describing what you should have in this particular slide, the competition. So you can use a table, okay, that benchmarks the different features of the different competition, and you need to say, you know, you're here, you're doing well, here you're not doing well. You understand? Like a table with the names of competition one. You are writing a research paper. صح؟ في research paper بتعملوا إيه في الآخر? What do you do at the end? You have this table to do a comparison, right? And you write reference 1, reference 2, reference 3, reference 4, and then بعد كده my work. صح؟ And you do a comparison between your work and between the other references. I'm sure that you do that all the time, right? But in this case, you don't put references. You put commercial solutions. You put commercial solutions. You put the names of the companies that are in the market that are more or less doing the same thing. This slide, you differentiate yourself very clearly against competition. Okay, and in the second video that Andre showed, the one who was pitching was actually doing a very good job in the competition slide. So use that as a reference. Business model. This is where you identify the kind of ways that you're going to be making money. You need to identify the pricing that you're going to be using for your product, and the kind of business, the kind of revenue streams that you're going to be adopted depending on the customers. And it is also applicable here that you talk about your partners. Who are your partners and for what purpose? Financials, we do it tomorrow. Moving forward, we do it tomorrow. Sorry, مش tomorrow, on Friday. I'm sorry, on Friday. Okay, is this clear to everyone? So you do that, you do it, تكسروا الدنيا, and then you just send me an email. You have my email, you have my WhatsApp. By 10 p.m. tomorrow, okay, by 10 p.m. Beirut time, just show me your presentation and I'll have a look at it. Excellent. Any questions? Is this 100% clear? Okay, Tala, do you want to say anything aside from what I mentioned?
No, not really. But Mohab, if you want to share with me, I can send them a reminder with all the information you just said and the links, in case they just forgot anything. I think this would be important, like some highlights.
Okay. Well, they have it recorded. I don't know if you will share with them the link of this video or not.
Not now.
Not now. Oh, not now at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I took already some notes of what you said, just to confirm them with you.
Okay, let's take this offline when we're done with
Yes,
this.
exactly. And guys, as Mohab said, tomorrow is a working day. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to us by email or by WhatsApp. And we'll see you all back on Friday at, let me confirm the timing exactly, probably it's 9:30 a.m. So yes, at 9 a.m. actually. At 9 a.m. on Friday, we'll be discussing the financials, and we're having the one-on-one meetings, okay? We'll brief you exactly. And let's open our cameras on Friday just to make it like it's our last day and make it more interactive, so that we can all as well take a screenshot for a memory. Okay? So بس هيك مهاب أنا خلصت.
Please, I know that we're all working from our homes, but بتفرق معايا جدا إن أنا to actually see your faces. يعني it just helps with the you know, the kind of level of interaction and the one-on-one. So yeah, so let's try to do it on Friday. Okay, guys, good luck. I'm very excited very, very excited, and I'm sure that you're going to do a fantastic job tomorrow. I'm here for any questions tomorrow. You can just WhatsApp me if you need anything. I know some of you كانوا بيبعتوا لي أسئلة. Let's take this offline, and yeah, good luck. And Friday morning, Thursday night, I wait for your presentations. Okay.